Tōk te raki e tū, whakatika te tuaranui o pai, korua tipua, korua tawhito. Toko ne tāne, ko toko mauka, raki hiki te raki hāpai ka e tū, ko te raki e tū nei, me te papa e takoto nei. Tū mau mai rā e tū nei, tamo i waho, tamo katahi. Te pūtake tama e te tā more nui, te pūtake tama e te raki i tū hāhā, heki o ki te raki e tū nei. Whiti nuku, whiti raki, whiti papa, whiti tau. Tū te mahoro nui, tū te mahoro ro, tū te mahoro nui e tū nei. Tāwhia kia rehua, kia tama, ki te ao mārama. Tūturu whiti whakamaua, kia tīna. Ai mi e hui e. Tai ki e. O nei ana te mihi ki te rokarawa. Nōna te timataka, nōna te whakamutunga. Kaori inoi ana hoki, nāna te katoa, te aki, manaki, i ke wā katoa. Kia rātou mākua, arahia, o tāne, moi mai, oki mai. Kia rātou mā, i wehi ati, tēnei wiki, tēnei marama, tēnei tau, moi mai rā, oki mai, tira, whakatā. Rātou kia rātou, tātou kia tātou, no reira tēnā koutou. Nei te mi atu ki o koutou, ko rauka mai tēnei rā, mo tēnei hui, mo te kaunera tai au ki Waitaha. A ki ngā manuhiri ko tai mai i tēnei rā, ki te kōrero ki a mātou, a ki ngā Peters, tēnā kōrua, nau mai, hara mai. A ki a koe, Elizabeth hoki, nau mai, hara mai, no Waipara, ki te kōrero e pāna tērā takiwā. E ko te mea mihi ki a koutou no te kura tuarua o Tāwera, Darfield High School, te toko tōru i ki ko rā, tēnā kōrua, tēnā koutou ki a koe Sean hoki, nei te mi atu ki a koe haramai i tau toko i a rātou. Huri noa te ruma nei, kia pai te hui, kei mui i a tātou, kia kaha, kia mai, kia manu nui, no reira tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. E nei wā, ka huri ka hoa te rākau kōrero, kia Peter Scott, ki te kōrero ia e pāna Terry Hellier. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Jan. It seems every week or every time we have a council meeting, we're remembering someone who's important to us that's passed on. And I'd just like to pay a short tribute to Terry Hyler. Terry was 83 and he passed away last Thursday. Terry was an internationally recognised water engineer who worked on many projects around the world, particularly in Asia, and helping them solve some of their problems. He was an Australian and quite he never ever had the rough edges knocked off him, and I come up against his rough edges a few times. He married an Alta Matata girl called Barbara Munro in 1970, and they've been married for 55 years, so that's a pretty good achievement on its own. Terry, when I got to know Terry 20 years ago, he was the inaugural CEO of a revamped Irrigation New Zealand. And with Terry and myself, Graham Sutton and John Donkers, we looked to re-establish Irrigation New Zealand membership to a stage where we could be a good lobby group, I guess, for irrigators. And this is my first confession that I'm going to make, because we didn't have any idea how we would start that. But somehow we got our hands on a ECAN's consent database, which had, I don't know where it came from, but you never look a gift horse in the mouth, which had all the names and addresses of people across Canterbury that had consents. And so we used that as the basis of, I think we had a 7,000 letter mail drop, and we re-established it, Irrigation New Zealand. Terry was also part of the CWMS process that we were involved in. I was lucky enough to chair the infrastructure committee on the regional committee, and Terry was part of that. And again, as I say, came up against his rough edges. He was extremely proud of Lincoln. He headed up Lincoln Ventures for many years, and I'm not sure Tim's not here, but Tim had Tim Davey, Dr. Tim Davey had a close association with Terry. I had a personal friendship with the man for 20 years and was shocked when I heard that he had passed last week. So With that, hare ena mate, kua hinga iti toki atua, hare, hare, hare atu. Ki te waikainga, te kainga tuturu, rātou kia rātou, tātou kia tātou, rātou, tātou kia tātou. Rest easy, Terry.
Tēnā koe, Peter. Mō tō mihi poroporo aki ki a Terry, nei te mihi ki a koe, Peter. Hoki ki a koe, Ian, mō tō mihi Karakia whakatuwhera nei o tātou nei hui, tēnei te mihi ki a koe te rangatira. Tēnā koutou katoa, so just tautoko the mihi that we've had this morning to our manuhiri, to our guests that are coming to speak to us this morning. And also that acknowledgement of important member of our community, as we do here at Council. So thank you, Peter. And I'm going to declare the meeting open. So thank you, everybody. And if you guys want to come sit down, that would be cool. Making me feel uncomfortable there. So thanks. This is our 601st Council meeting. Second to last one of this Triennium. And we've definitely got a quorum present here. We've got 2 councillors online. We've got apologies from Councillor Mackenzie. And I know that Councillor Davies is just apology for early departure later in the meeting. And Councillor East is here, but he's just temporarily out of the room, so I'm sure he'll come back and we'll... What's that? Oh, he's going to come in online. Okay, he's just not here yet, so we'll just note that apology for lateness as well. And just to acknowledge, we've got quite a few public forums today. Obviously, Jan's acknowledged we've got Peter Trolove and Peter Langlands coming up soon. We've also got our tama here from Darfield High School as a public forum, so we've got 3 public forums. We were to have a petition from Justin Boyd for the Yaldhurst residents on public transport. He hasn't been able to make it this morning. So we're going to have that in September, so just to note that. But we do have a second petition that was on the agenda anyway from Elizabeth, and so we'll have that, Elizabeth Kelsey, we'll have that after that, and then we'll get into the rest of our meeting. So I just want to acknowledge that's our run through this morning. Any conflicts of interest, councillors, with anything that's on the agenda today? No, if not, you can raise it at the time of an item as well if you want. And we'll head into our public forum shortly. So just to note, just reminding presenters, and particularly because we're in the pre-election period for the local body elections that are coming up in October, and I note that 2 of our presenters are candidates, but just it's not a time for talking about your candidacy. You're here to talk about the issues that you're here to represent, so just if we keep it to that, that'll be really good. So happy to call up Dr Peter Trolove if you'd like to come up to the table. I know you're here to talk to us about ecological degradation and some evidence of this with the Lake Coleridge project, but I'll let you talk about that. You've got 10 minutes to speak and have some questions. So if you want more questions, then speak for a shorter amount of time. And yet we do have a countdown clock over there to keep everyone on track up on the wall. The 10 minutes, we'll start counting down once we start, and then we can get into some questions at the end of your presentation. So when you're ready, Peter, we'll hand over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Just push the button. Yeah, kapai. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Before I get into it, this cuts pretty deep with me, this Rakaia River. It's been a big part of my life, and I think I accept that Ngāi Tahu own the muri or spirit of the Rakaia River, but I've certainly been immersed in the spirit of this river in the early hours of the morning, each side of 12 o'clock, cloaked in darkness on my own, in an area that's not without hazards, almost drowned 3 times. And I've, like a blind man with a stick, used my fishing rod and really been immersed in a very healthy, very active environment. So my talk is the lost values of the Rakaia River and a bit overflow on the Rakaia National Water Conservation Order. And going straight to the guts of the values, they're outlined in Clause 3. The purpose of the Rakaia National Water Conservation 1988 is to protect the outstanding characteristics and features of the Rakaia River.
an outstanding natural characteristic in the form of a braided river, outstanding wildlife habitat above and below the Rakai Gorge, outstanding fisheries, and outstanding recreational angling and jet boating features. So I perhaps should have done at the beginning. As you know, my name is Dr Peter Trolove. I'm an angling advocate with a particular interest in the Rakai River.
If you'd just like to press through here.
Yeah. I've had a lifelong association with the Rakai River beginning over 60 years ago when I caught my first 22-pound salmon just above the traffic bridge. From a period from August 94 to August 99, my employment as a supervising meat vet at Mountain River Process allowed me to spend most days, from late afternoon to evening, fishing, hunting, or exploring the lower river, captivated by the thriving biodiversity that once existed in what was a very healthy ecosystem. During this 6-year period, I spent thousands of hours on the river, catching somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 superbly conditioned sea trout and in excess of 30 salmon. My success was due to the presence of shoals of sea trout feasting on the tons of stockle smelt that would arrive in early September, become sexually mature and spawn November to January before they died by the end of March. I became expert and addicted to catching trout, preferring them to salmon, as I could virtually always catch fish under all conditions except when massive floods made it unsafe to access the river. Floods regularly scoured and reformed the lower brage at 2 to 3 weekly intervals, requiring repeated visits in daylight to prospect and re-identify the hotspots where trout would concentrate in the evening to feast on smelt. I once counted 70 smelt in the stomach of a 4-pound trout after observing numerous other smelts spewing from its mouth as I beached it. I mean, the fishery was prolific. The smelt fishery is by far the biggest fishery by mass, forming the primary food source for the fish and birds that gathered in large numbers near the mouth. I subsequently worked on the coast until the end of 2015, but retained my batch in order to spend paid and unpaid leave in the summer enjoying the outstanding fisheries. My 10-minute presentation consists of a set of images recording the degradation of the values of the Rakai River that has occurred since 2014-15. I've applied my not inconsiderable angling experience together with my training as a farm and fish vet toward explaining the collapse of the fisheries, if we have time. Put simply, I've considered the feed, primarily smelt, the seed, the recruitment and where the trout breed, and the water quality, which is deteriorated, which is temperature, sediment, oxygen saturation, algae, etc. It is very clear excessive abstraction for irrigation plus consented and unconsented activities have destroyed the value of the Rakai water conservation that the Rakai water conservation was enacted to protect. This outcome was predicted long before Central Plains and Bart Hill Chertsey schemes were completed. So that's my wee speech. So we'll go over the images. So this is these are photos from my laptop from 2007 to, more or less present, although I haven't put any photos in for the last few years because there's no fish. So the top fish is a very good.
That one, so it's close.
The top fish is the largest fish is actually a sea trout. The second fish is a salmon, and the bottom fish is a river resident sea trout along the island in different colours, and the bottom fish was 6 pounds. So this trout at the top, ungutted, would have been over 10 pounds. Where do we go? So the smelt was so prolific that you'd foul hook them. Anglers used to complain because they were interfering in their fishing. So you can see the hook mark on that little guy, and that's my pattern of lure that worked extremely well, that I used to tie up in large numbers before going down to the mouth because the chemically sharpened hook lost their point after about an hour or so of bashing on the stones. So these are just examples, but these are jolly nice fish. That's a 25-inch fruit platter. Of course, I've got the odd salmon, which are nice to catch. But that salmon's interesting. You can see the scales are sticking out. So that guy was caught right in the mouth. So it's come from being a marine environment where it's pumping out salt into a freshwater environment where he's got to pump out fresh water. And he's in that transition stage where he's getting a little bit waterlogged, so the scales are popping out. And those are very typical of the sort of fish I used to catch in numbers of 20 or 30 a night on good nights. But I can't recall not catching trout in this period. It might have to stay out an hour or two longer because it was a bit of a point of honour, but the fishery was superb. So I just used basic kit. That was my calibrated MAF thermometer, measure water temperatures, and we got higher water temperatures after the irrigation. We all know about nitrate. That's poor old Rangitada having to get their water from Timaru. So I've got a nitrate sensor. I don't think the nitrate's the issue for Rakaia. There's bigger all nitrate inbraided rivers. And that's also, by the by, that I measure the salinity of Te Waihora. I think we'll go... can we go back? How do we go back? Can you do it for me? Or what? Oh, I got you, yeah. So this is what we've got left. To my mind, those things are runts. And if the river's well formatted and I put in the time, I can catch the odd one. They're empty. They're in poor condition. The little clumps of stuff in the wee Systema container are torrent fish. Well, I'm a vet. I cut everything up and look what's inside them. It's just routine. I've never seen torrent fish and trout until the smelt disappeared. And so, to me, I've got a young son, so I take him fishing. But man, we go to the West Coast because I just feel sad. That should have out of order. But this is how you stuff a river. Bugger. Your river engineers have got different objectives to me. So we get the fairways defoliated, well, attempted to defoliate with glyphosate. Now, that area took not quite 10 years for the soil to start actually growing grass again. The concentrations from a Legomo was 17 litres per hectare plus a PIA toxic surfactants. That kills it kills a large part of the terrestrial insects, which are important feed for the juvenile salmon as they come down the river. So right to the water's edge, no problem. This is Rakaia Island activity. It's all consented. There's an island in the middle of in the delta of a river with a national conservation order, a national park, and they've consented to do what they bloody well like. So here we are, protecting the dairy platform. This is a sort of agriculture encroachment. This is not the Rakaia Islands further up the river, but this is what we see on Google Maps. This is so-called scrub that's been bowled to make dairy pasture. Lovely standing Conifer of this type. I'm a kilometre with my hunting rangefinder from the boundary fence. So we get all this sort of river works. This is the North Rakaia River, which is now a drain. It's taken off at Rakaia. This is where it comes out at Baines Bridge. And if you go upstream, there's no water, which is... Oh, I thought it was me. Which is fine, because the North Rakaia used to work as an intermittent river like the Selwyn. So the big pools down the bottom were spawning with upwelling water, was where the trout bred. Well, this is what they've got to breed in there. This absolute crap that's come down the river, and this is what's killed the smelt. The smelt, if you do any reading, there's not much in the literature, but the common smelt in the lakes are very sensitive to water quality and sediment. Well, these guys have got to stick their eggs on these stones, and then the eggs have to hatch and the larvae have to survive before they wash down to sea. They only live for a year, so we can wipe them out in a year or two, and that's what's happened.
Peter, it's been 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry, pity, I've got too many slides,
Yeah,
but
all good. If you just want to,
I'd love to come back and talk about this with someone afterwards, because you've absolutely trashed the lower river with your consents.
Thanks, Peter. You can stay there for a second if you want. You don't have to just leave. Is there any questions for Peter at the moment? Genevieve?
First of all, I just want to say I can feel your frustration and emotion and what you say, and I just want to, I value your input and to conservation values. I just wanted to say that first and foremost. What is the big fundamental thing that you feel has changed in the I think it's 50 years or whatever you've had your huts, lived in the huts? What is the biggest thing that you've seen? Is it like river, the flow, or the values, or?
Push a button, Peter.
Sorry.
This happened like in 2 years after Central Plains Lake Colours project was consented. Basically, you got a river that was flat-lined that used to need variable flows to flush all the algae, all the weed and all the silt. You got less water, so you got warmer water, so the fish wouldn't come in because it was a barrier to their migration. And then with the warmth and the sediment, you got the algae. The algae covered the stones to trap the silt that killed the ability to the smelt to reproduce. So then why would a trout come from the sea to barren braid in large numbers to be caught by me? They wouldn't. So they've gone. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
Supplementary with regards to volumes of fish caught in the past compared to what's available now, what's the difference for you and your fellow anglers?
Night and day, batches are being sold for cheap housing and for jet boaters. The fishermen are not buying their licence, they're selling their jet boats and they're taking up bowls. It's a complete disaster.
I think I heard you say earlier on you used to catch like easy 20 fish a night, and now you're struggling to get one or two. Is that? I used to always expect to catch fish every time I went. Now I'm waiting with my son to find conditions totally in my favour, and I may get one or two of those little runts. George is quite happy, but I'm not. Nook?
Tēnā koe takuta, Dr Trolove. You made reference right at the beginning of your presentation about Waitaha, and particularly with your relationship around the Mauri of the river. Kia ora to you, because obviously a big part of this is about the partnership, between Waitaha and our other whānau. Has there been any consultation with you, with mana whenua actually around this?
We've tried. I was president of the New Zealand Federation of Freshwater Anglers, so we went to Showplace building and I introduced Rex Gibson, who was our executive, to be our liaison. When I saw Faye White make her poignant speech about nitrate when she was pregnant at the EDS conference, I contacted her and I've sent all my nitrate testing results for the last 5 years across Selwyn. So I've sent communication to Waitaha, and I test the water at Tāmutu at the two creeks, and I send them the results. I did the second creek when they requested, but I haven't really been involved in any projects with Waitaha, but I'm open to it. But I mean, it's everybody's river, and everybody can help it. Yeah.
Yeah, on that note, you're absolutely right. It's not just Waitaha's river; it's actually katoa, everyone. So I think one of the things that is happening, and I believe that your information is really crucial to this, is around a cultural health index, actually a CHI, for the river itself. So thank you. I know that you probably don't get a recognition of the fact that they've received your information. I'm not sure whether it's just a one-way street, but I'll certainly go ask again with that. Thank you for your presentation. Kia ora.
Thanks, Nick. Greg.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. I'll just recognise at 2:42, at least journalists killed in Gaza since October. My question to you, Peter, is do you hold out any hope now that we've had a court determination that the Minister of Environment is responsible for the duty to uphold the order?
That'll be work in progress. There's going to be more High Court business because Penny Simmons won't take an interest, and with nobody monitoring and enforcing the conservation order, it's going nowhere. So the environmental group with deeper pockets are going to have to take this through to the High Court and onwards until we get government or somebody to decide who is actually going to manage the conservation order. And ECAN, when we're in the court, they claim that they take notice with their consents, but their consents are the consents that's done the damage. So they haven't taken notice.
And Peter, did you have a question? Oh, sorry. Okay, that's all of our questions, I think, from councillors. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor.
Dr. Peter, for your presentation and for pointing out, the decline that you've seen from your perspective, and noting the loss of the smelt fisheries, etc. So thank you for that. We've got a resolution to pass in terms of receiving your public forum and providing a reply to you. Yeah, Genevieve and Greg. So moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Burns. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you, Dr. Peter. Kia ora. Next up, Peter Langlands. Kia ora. Welcome back. And you're here to talk to us about concerns around sediment in Whakatau, Littleton Harbour. Like with Dr. Peter, you've got 10 minutes. Hopefully we can have some time for questions at the end of that. So over to you, Peter. Just push your button when you're ready, Kapai.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you very much, Chair Pauling and councillors, for the opportunity to present today. My main concern is around the environmental health of Whakarapo or Littleton Harbour. About 6 weeks ago, I saw earthworks taking place near Cash and Key with a large bulldozer, basically huge amounts of sediment going right into the harbour with active works taking place. Quite a big swell at the time. So that was a sort of pivot point really. And I put up a post on social media about it, and there seemed to be quite a lot of interest. I do know that Whakarapo naturally does have high sediment levels, lots of loess washing into the harbour, but it did get me thinking about the environmental health and ecology of the harbour with large-scale land reclamation taking place. And following on from that, I went to check out the Whakaora website, which is a collaborative effort to restore the environmental health of Littleton Harbour between Canterbury Regional Council, Christchurch City Council and various other organisations. I went to actually contact someone, and there was a phone number on the website, but the phone number actually was disconnected. And it got me thinking about just how active the Whakaora group is around the environmental health of Littleton Harbour. I'm just really interested to see if we can increase publicity around the health of the harbour, the biodiversity values, and of course values to tangata whenua, with Ngāti Wheki being a key stakeholder in the harbour's environment. Certainly, it's a fascinating harbour. It's a difficult harbour to do some assessments of the aquatic life because of the high level of turbidity. It's actually hard to see what's in there. I've actually set netted in the harbour for 10 years now, and I've done 250 sets. So I've collected a database of fish in the upper harbour, and that's useful. But I was also just wondering what assessment work has been done on the harbour's health as far as benthic fauna and the fisheries values goes. And just finding it hard to find anywhere where I can get a clear index of technical reports that are done for Whakarapo in relation to marine biodiversity and ecology. And so, just really keen to sort of see where things are tracking with the harbour. It's a really pivotal sort of environment. I think it's very understated. Of course, it's right next to Waitaha, Christchurch City, and is a significant marine environment. And following on from Genevieve's presentation last week, I'm really keen just to find out a lot more about benthic mapping of the seafloor, both in Whakarapo, the northern coastline of Banks Peninsula, and also into Pegasus Bay, because my understanding is the Canterbury Regional Council has statutory obligations to look after marine biodiversity up to 12 nautical miles. So there's a real sort of information gap here, I guess, with the coastal environment, and Whakarapo is a sort of pivot point for my interest, because as I have spent a lot of time recreationally fishing, foraging, kayaking, and walking around the harbour for about 45 years now. And I do see it as being a really special place. It is, it's sort of a place in the heart for me. But just really keen to see the Canterbury Regional Council take a more active part in coastal marine biodiversity, and also to have some interface with MFish, or Ministry of Fisheries, who are pivotal in managing the commercial side of the fishery. I have made some notes here I'll just quickly refer to, but we have actually had really significant changes in the ecosystem. I think I've mentioned this in previous presentations to Council, and it follows on a little bit from Peter's talk as well. One of the key things that really is of concern to me right now is the catastrophic decline in the population of the spotted shag, and the spotted shag does inhabit outer Whakarapo Harbour. They're visual feeders, so they do need some water clarity to feed. But the catastrophic decline is it's around an 85% decline in 30 years, with information suggesting that the population has halved in the last 5 years. Now, this data is actually collated by Andrew Crossland, who's a Christchurch City Council ornithologist, and I have tried, and I'm still trying to get reports from the Christchurch City Council on work that has been done around the bird life in Whakarapo Harbour. That's a work in progress, and it sort of brings me back to that point too about just technical reports that are done on marine biodiversity in Whakarapo. What's the best interface for the public to be able to access just an index of technical biodiversity or ecology reports that are done, not necessarily actually accessing the reports, but just have an awareness of work that's been done. And this has become quite poignant for me. I'm actually working on a book at the moment, Wild Otatahi, about the biodiversity of Christchurch, following on from a book a friend wrote called Wild Wellington, just to celebrate biodiversity within a 25-kilometre radius of the city centre. So I'm not doing a commercial book promotion yet, but so that is a concern, really, just being able to access information. I have asked, this is probably a little bit of a tangent, but I have asked the Christchurch City Council just for an index of bird research reports that have been done over the last 30 years. Andrew Crossland has advised me that he has actually written 300 bird reports in the last 30 years. He's an incredibly enthusiastic ornithologist, but I'm just trying to access an index of the report titles. I was sent an email from the Christchurch City Council saying that would cost me between $1,200 and $6,000 to obtain in council time, and therefore it would be impractical for the City Council to provide me with that information, and if I had any complaints, to go to the Ombudsman. So I felt just a little bit left in the cold with that. I've been passionately involved with bird research and conservation in Waitaha for 40 years, and I freely provide a lot of my skill and expertise to people, and so just to stay focused really with Littleton Harbour, I'd really like to see a lot more publicity done by the Canterbury Regional Council on the harbour, to keep the websites active, to keep the contact details in the websites active, and yeah, just to develop more educational material for the harbour. It's a fantastic resource for tamariki, kids to go around. The harbour is really rich in history as well, cultural history. A friend of mine, Jane Robinson, did a really good book a few years ago about the harbour. It really is an amazing place, and I think we should do as much as possible to promote the harbour. I understand that it is the main commercial port for the South Island, and having some land reclamation is probably a trade-off that we need to make for economic development. But just to have mitigation on environmental impacts, I think is really important. And I also think within the harbour, there's potential to actually do a lot of habitat enhancement and creation for marine life, especially for coastal seabirds. We can actually provide artificial roosting and breeding environments for birds. The rock walls around the harbour actually are significant, well, not significant, but they do have breeding korora or white-flipped penguins. I think they found 8 sets of nests in a recent survey. Of course, we know Whakarapo is also very important for the Hector's dolphin, and especially in the summertime, and it's an important nursery area for Hector's dolphins. I guess that came to a head with the sail GP race a few years ago, where the dolphins had one day and the sailors had another day. So yeah, no, just really keen to see, mana whenua, just to see, everyone come together with some really good social media presence and good communications and good indexes of reports around Whakarapo, so we can have multi-agency restoration of the harbour environment. So yeah, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Peter. Kia ora. And a lot of information there for us, but I've taken a note of some of those key questions that you've asked, so that when we do a reply to you, we can try to provide some of the information that you've asked for. So thank you for that. And yeah, really amazing knowledge that you hold about the harbour, so thank you. Peter, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Peter, and your passion for the harbour is observed by me. My question to you, though, is going straight to sediment. So the sediment issue that you're bringing up is obviously some of it's a development issue. And I'm just wondering, have you had the same conversation with Christchurch City Council?
Yeah, the sediment is an ongoing issue. I think that the harbour reclamation work sort of exacerbated it a bit, but yeah, the Littleton Harbour naturally just has really high sediment levels. Yeah, I think some afforestation of the harbour environment will be good. I understand there's a large native planting proposed for the, is it the southern one of the corners of the harbour, below Mount Bradley. I think there's large-scale reforestation project. So yeah, improving that would be good. As far as making representations, yeah, I have put a request in to present to the Christchurch City Council, and it has been approved. So I'll be just compiling my concerns there. But I think it is quite a big issue, really, because people like myself who have got some scientific knowledge, we often, when we contact, say, somewhere like the Canterbury Regional Council or the Christchurch City Council, under the current structure, we can't talk directly to the scientists or the people that are involved with the research, and it goes through a customer services process. I think a lot of things can easily get lost in translation there, and yeah, I think just to streamline availability of scientific data, it would be good if regional councils and unitary authorities had clear indexes of technical reports that people could access.
Thanks, Peter. Greg?
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Kia ora, thanks, Peter. Look, I've just got perhaps a suggestion. Whakaropo Healthy Harbour, ki o te ki tai. Keep some information, and it's probably the key repository, I would imagine, of linking all that stuff together. The UCGO 309, I think it is, the community projects, it sounds like it might be a really good opportunity if you take that forward through UC and maybe Whakaropo. Okay, killed up.
Thanks, Greg. Vicky?
So thank you for flagging that the email, the phone number is out of date. Did you try emailing via the Get Involved on the website? There is a Get Involved form that you can submit and somebody would have got back to you. Did you do that?
Kia ora, Vicky. Yes, I did, and an administration person responded saying that the officer who would normally answer the questions was not there, and that the whakarapo was basically on hold until the position was reappointed to a new person.
Yep. So yeah, exactly. So there are the Whakaora Healthy Harbour has a governance group which is co-chaired by Graham Sumner from Littleton Port Company and Ngāti Wheki. So it's not exclusively down to Environment Canterbury. It is it's a genuine partnership, and it operates essentially as its as its own thing. And sediment has been an absolute key issue that has been, and there's work being done with University of Canterbury researchers, and we've got work happening with fanworm and various other things. So some of those things you've raised, it's really important, and it is totally known about, and there's work happening. I think it would be great for you to be connected up somewhere in the mix, and it sounds like you've made an approach to do that. So there is much of what you've talked about. There is work happening with that. So it sounds like you've just not got the right information. There was actually an article came up on the 26th of August via our website, so a couple of days ago, on progress with the Healthy Harbour project as well. So hopefully you'll see more, because there is an intention to do more around the communications. And it's been getting lined up and just reconfiguring and making sure there's really strategic work happening to maximise the opportunities with the number of groups. So there's a community advisory group as well, community action group that meets as well. And there are many, many groups involved in that harbour. And so it sounds like you've just not connected in at quite the right spot. So hopefully that can happen.
And hopefully we can share some of that information when we do a reply to you, Peter. And just to note that Councillor Southworth is our representative on the Healthy Harbour group, so that's a good connect as well at the moment if you wanted to speak to Vicky to get a bit more connection. So I think that's an important thing you could do. No, I've got Genevieve, and I'll come to you at the end because you're happy to be the last one. Genevieve.
Thanks for coming today, Peter, and I I do value your knowledge and expertise in bringing coastal values to the table, so thank you for your talk today. Just with regards to sort of sedimentation and the effects of that, you mentioned about sort of the reclamation projects and the likes, sort of exacerbating some of the issues. I just want to first acknowledge a lot of our monitoring and compliance staff who actually keep a very close eye on a lot of the things happening there, and so I first want to acknowledge them. But secondly, I also want to say that, under the port recovery plan after the earthquakes, there were a lot of things that went ahead with a lot of people's hands tied. That's with everything in the city and in the coastal area. So, but that doesn't, I guess, hold a...
Question would be good, Genevieve, thank you.
Yeah, just a moment. Oh God, thanks for throwing me. Do you think that something needs to be, I guess, reviewed in order to make things better with regards to some of the activities in the port area, that we may have conditions within consents that could be reviewed at some point?
Oh yeah, kia ora, Genevieve. Yeah, I guess I'd probably need to have a look through some scientific surveys of the benthic fauna in the harbour and work that's been done. And I'm also aware there was actually a lot of dredging off the harbour channel. I think it was around 2018. And yeah, it'd be good just to see what sort of benthic fauna and how the impacts of dredging also can be mitigated. But yeah, the sedimentation thing is certainly an issue, but I guess it's interplaying with lots of other factors. But yeah, no, the harbour does fascinate me because I'd just really like to be able to access an index of technical reports. I guess a lot of scientific information does tend to get fragmented between lots of community groups and organisations. I think, therefore, the Whakarapo, the restoration group, would be really good if it had a overseeing body that could really collate everything together and really drive some initiatives and drive some enthusiasm for the harbour's wildlife. I mean, obviously the Sal GP yacht racing event really showed just how much passion people had for the Hector's dolphins in the harbour.
Thank you, Peter. And Nook, last one.
Tēnā koe, Peter. Your presentation today will have all of these councillors in the room and those online thinking that I was the one who instigated it. And you know that, this is first, seeing the agenda that you are actually coming here to present. I have two things that I want to actually address to the chair, first of all, before I continue. One is that I'd like to just put forward, I may have a conflict of interest because I am the chair of the Rapaki Tangatiaki Leadership Group. And as you probably know too, is that I am very vocal about what is happening in Whakatau, Littleton Harbour. The second one, Chair, is the question. I'm going to ask you if you could give me a little bit more latitude to make some comments before I actually ask the questions.
I'd rather you just got to the question, to be honest.
You would, but that's not answering my question. So you're saying you're not going to give me any much more latitude than what you've given Genevieve?
Not really, no, because we're...
Okay. Yeah, I know it's all about time.
How many questions have you got?
I've got about 2 or 3, I suppose.
Okay, well, I think if you ask them, that'd be good to start.
Okay, Peter. Looks like I'm not going to get any more latitude, but I'll make first of all the statement anyway, is thank you for bringing this presentation to this council, because this here is a travesty. Just actually, it's happening now. It was happening years ago, and it's actually going to be something that we're all going to be really sad about. The fact is this is the legacy we're going to leave our tamariki mokopuna. And that legacy is we're going to leave them with a harbour that actually has limited or no mahinga kai. And also the other fact is that it is actually one of the taonga of Otautahi Christchurch, Te Pātako Rākai Hautu, and also across New Zealand. So that's the first thing. Peter, would you, this is the question, would you actually agree, like Te Hapua Ngāti Wheke, that these things are key contributors to sediment in the harbour? The first one is that the sediment, a lot of the sediment, would you agree, is that it is about the erosion of very sensitive soils coming off the hills? Yes?
Oh, yeah, totally, yeah. Fine loose soils, yeah.
Okay.
Just your button, Nook.
The second question is that, and I'll pull these together. Would you agree that stock access and disturbance of waterways is another reason? One, sediment laden stormwater from development and subdivisions. That's another one. And this one particularly, dredging, reclamation and coastal structures like breakwaters that modify tidal flows and sediment movements. Would you agree that that actually is another reason why we have a lot of sediment in the harbour? And the examples of that happened in the past was Naval Point, first of all, the reclamation. The next one was Cash and Key. And now the biggest travesty of the whole thing is Tawaparahi Bay. Would you actually agree that they are the other balance of the major contributors to sediment in the harbour?
Probably no comment at this stage because I'd probably need to just have a look at some technical information that I haven't accessed yet. So, yeah.
Okay. So finally, there are two. There's one last thing that we may be able to help you with if this is successful in the next and the final council meeting of this triennium. First of all, in that next one, I've applied for 2 notice of motions to go forward to this council at the next meeting. The first one is around
Is this
the
a question,
repeal.
Nick, for the
Hang on.
presenter?
Yeah, hold. Hang
Can
on.
we get to the question, please?
The first one is actually around the repeal of the Takutai Moana Act, and the second one is actually around the consenting process, monitoring the consenting process around Tawaparahi Bay. The question is, what about, would you agree and actually assist with the third notice of motion that I'm thinking about putting in now after your presentation, which is actually about the concerns of Tapua Ngāti Wheke regarding sediment loads and coastal modifications within Whakatau. So requesting that Environment Canterbury, in partnership with Tapua Ngāti Wheke and other relevant agencies, Littleton Port Company, etc., actually develop an action plan. Would you think that that would help your cause and actually support what you're actually coming here today?
Yeah, Te Taka, yeah, I'd certainly agree with that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. Kia ora, Peter. Thank you for your presentation. We've got resolutions to pass. Receives the public forum from Peter Langlands and provides a reply. Moved Councillor Cranwell, seconded Councillor Robinson. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Darfield High School, you've been patiently waiting at the back there. So hara mai ki te tepu. We've got Levi, Cade and Xavier. And I know they're supported by Josh, one of the teachers from the school. But looks like the boys have got it under control. So I'm going to hand over to you. I'm sure you're going to follow the rules really well. We've got 10 minutes for you guys to speak, and then we can ask some questions after that. And again, thank you for being patient. So over to you. And make sure you push a button.
Sorry, point of order. What was that last comment, that they're going to follow the rules? What did you mean by that?
Oh, just about sticking to time and stuff. That's all. I mean, not.
No, but I'm sorry, but
It's not aimed
I
at
mean,
you,
you're
not-
directing it. Were you directing it at me?
No, I was not directing at you. I just know that time has lapsed, and let's give the boys their chance to speak to us, please. Where you go, boys?
Kia ora koutou. My name is Xavier Rangi, and this is
Levi Nicholson. Cade Nicholas.
Just your button in the middle, buddy. Yep, thank you.
we're Year 9 students from Darfield High School. In our social studies class, we were asked to identify an environmental issue facing Darfield and to come up with ideas to fix it. Our group noticed that there is a lack of native birds in Darfield, birds that are commonly found in surrounding areas like Glen Tunnel or even Christchurch. The birds we would really like to see become a common sight in Darfield and the surrounding areas would be the kiriru, the wood pigeon, and korimako, the bellbird. The question was, how would we attract them back into the area? We looked around and saw that there were not a lot of food sources for the birds, so as a way of attracting these birds, we thought we could plant plants such as kowhai, harakeke, and miro. With food easily available, populations of these birds could become established in the area. The next question was, where could we plant these food sources? The location that we identified as being a possibility was a strip of land running between State Highway 73 and the railway line between Kui and Darfield. The land is not well used, requires mowing and spraying, and often has grass fires caused by sparks off trains. We thought that this land could be used for several purposes. The first is for our plantings. This would not only provide food for the birds, but with groups of plants planted along the length of the land, it could act as a bird corridor to encourage birds to move into other areas beyond Darfield. The area would also provide a good habitat for the other native creatures like skinks. Closer to the railway line, we proposed that native plants which are known to be fire resistant, such as broadleaf and coprosma, could be planted to help reduce the risk of fire spreading. As mentioned earlier, other plants would be planted as food sources for the birds such as kowhai, tōtara, miro, harakeke and kōtukutuku. Attracting birds to the area is only one side of the solution. We also need to find ways to keep the birds safe when they do come back. We propose that working with groups such as Predator-Free Darfield and Predator-Free Kirwee, we could set up a network of traps along the bird corridor. Here to talk to this are Cade and Levi.
It's a good idea to use traps so the native bird population goes up. It will also take the pest population right down, so this will be good for now. These are the best traps on the market right now, but the presentation's not really open. We could also use cameras to watch bird life and find out what is the current situation with it, whether it's more of a pest type has come out or if the pest types are lowering, and we can do this by placing a camera next to each trap so we can see what if pests have even been caught.
The traps would be scattered in the middle of the plants, so it'd be easier to catch the pests. The recommended distance between each trap is 100 metres.
Finally, there is one last side of the benefit of the bird corridor between Darfield and Kirwee. This is a cycleway. We have proposed that a gravel cycleway could be constructed through the planting areas. This will have the benefit of 1. Allowing a safe alternative for cyclists from biking along the very busy and dangerous SH73. 2. Giving an alternative transport method for kids coming to school from Kirwee, whether that would be biking or walking. 3. It would allow people to enjoy the planted areas and hopefully see some of the native birds.
The last part of our project was to conduct a survey around Darfield High School and Darfield and in the Darfield and Kirwee communities to see if they would support our ideas, and there was a lot of support shown by our survey results here. Thank you for your time.
Kia ora, boys. You're speaking my language. Love this idea. I've actually thought about that myself, driving through Kirwee and Darfield and that bit of land. I know exactly what you're talking about. So personally, I'd love to see this happen. A few things I'm thinking that you might need to follow up with is Kiwi Rail, Whakakotahi, NZTA, the Mayor of Selwyn, but might be a good place to go as well. And another group that I'm a part of, Te Ara Kakariki, might be useful as well. So I reckon in the reply to you, I can help point you in that direction. The council can, because we have connections with some of those groups. I'm open up to questions though. Peter, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, boys. This is the second time I've heard this. I heard you at Selwyn, and I know you're looking forward to getting to McDonald's afterwards, because that's where I saw you, at Selwyn. But my question for you, and well done, I think you're doing really good work, and you should lean on the chair, because the chair's got some experience in these areas, and I'm sure you'd be happy to help. And I think that the links that he's given you, we can help you with those. Our councillors can help you with those also. My question to you is, have you got ideas of funding? I know you said that you talk to communities and they're supportive, but have you costed anything, or is that the next stage that you're looking at doing?
That was the next stage, but for the plants, it would be just like the schools could just get some seeds and make some plants. But then for the footpath or the cycle path, it would only be a little bit of gravel on top of the dirt. Yeah.
Simple way. Sounds good. I'll go to Vicky.
Yeah, thank you. It's really interesting. I've just started doing a trap line myself. I was just wondering, do you know what species you're thinking you need to trap? Are you already familiar? Have you used little, like the little tubes you can use with the footprint tracking or anything like that? Do you know what you...
So we are looking to catch possums, rats, and stoats because they are a big problem around Darfield and Kirwi.
Grant.
I don't have a question, Chair, but
what is
I'm just to say that I am able to help you if you wish. I'm the designer of the park that runs from the town west in the land between the state highway and the railway line. We did that quite a few years ago. The land was owned by Kiwi Rail or New Zealand Rail, and the land has been developed through the community board. And I don't know if you've contacted them for a peppercorn rent. And I suspect the same thing would apply for the bit of land further to the east that you're talking about. So there are mechanisms to do it. And I think if you approach the right people, but I'd go through the community board and Kiwi Rail.
It's your lucky day, boys. You come to the right place, eh? It's good. Genevieve, I got John and Greg as well.
Yeah, just a quick question, but yeah, I love your whole focus on your talk today. It's very cool. Have you guys contributed to the New Zealand Bird Survey at all to sort of like contribute sort of the base of what's here now compared to what it could be? Because that's quite a fun process once a year, just in your own gardens, and get the community behind you to sort of have a base. I used to... Sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I used to be one of the data presenters into that whole system years ago. But I actually did it in my own backyard to try and do the same sort of thing, and brought in wood pigeon into the urban Christchurch area as well. And it's amazing what you can do with just such a small footprint. But just wondering if you've contributed to the survey. Oops.
No, I haven't done that. So
sounds like a really good idea, though, because you could do like a bit of a before and after thing. So good idea. Your teacher's nodding down the back, so he's going to get you onto that. And we'll go to Greg and then we end with you, John, if you're happy. Greg?
Yeah, kia ora. I just wanted to say awesome. Like Craig, this is great, and it's something that it's great to see younger people getting in very early. But I would take the opportunity, there's a question in here, I would take the opportunity, though, of following up with the chair, and hopefully through the response, given the connection he has, or to many groups, but especially Te Ara Kakariki, and maybe give some thought to perhaps a community champion. Have you had the opportunity to maybe someone out there that might be one of those people that you grapples arms and kicks doors in, those sorts of people? Maybe that might be something you could perhaps consider, because they can be also very helpful.
Thanks, Greg. And John, lastly.
Hey, look, thanks, guys. Really, really impressed with what you've brought to the table. These cunning and great ideas that seem to keep coming out of Melbourne and Darfield. I'm looking at Sian down the back, grinning away. And it does seem like this sort of barren kind of landscape at times, driving from Darfield down through Kirwi, and there is a real opportunity to do something along those lines. So I guess Sian, sitting in behind, is probably one of those community people that can be a champion for you and with you in her role today, and potentially with her role into the future, and equally offer my support as well along the way. It's just something exciting for me to see some of those ideas coming out of Melbourne, and you guys sort of looking at something that really could be beneficial for the whole community. So well done. Cheers.
Well done. So, and John's our representative for the Selwyn area and Ashburton, so make sure you follow up with this guy, especially if he's still on soon. So make sure we'll do that. But we'll put all that in the letter back to you. So we've got a couple of resolutions to pass in terms of receiving the forum from Darfield High School, Levi, Cade and Xavier today, and that we provide a reply to them. So do I have a mover? John, you'd like to move that? Seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Awesome. Great work. Kia kaha. Now, next up, we just have, as I said, the one petition. Justin Boyd's petitions are going to be coming maybe to the next meeting. But we've got Elizabeth Kelsey. Is Elizabeth here? Kia ora, Elizabeth. So welcome to the table. In terms of petitions, under our rules, it's just 5 minutes to speak, sorry. So hand over to you for that, and we can have any questions. But after that, happy to receive your petition, and I'll come and grab that. So thank you.
Hello everyone, and thank you for hearing us today. I'm here with my colleagues Paul Hardacre and Mari Masafi. We are officers in the Waipara Valley Community Collective. We're an incorporated society dedicated to promoting, protecting and preserving the special and unique character of the Waipara Valley area. We are here to present a petition to you today, and I will read it to you at the end. It has 700 signatures, and we are asking you to publicly notify a proposal to build an industrial solar plant in the Waipara Valley. As I say, there are 700 signatures. Many of those are from Waipara and places nearby that would also be affected, such as Waikari, Hauran and Hanma Springs, because this proposal, as well as being right next to the Waipara Township and in the heart of the Waipara wine-growing tourism area, would also run for 4 kilometres along the Alpine Pacific touring route. Anyone who uses that road would see it and would have a significant impact on them. So it is not surprising that the petition has attracted signatures from local people and people from further afield who appreciate the special character of our area. If you haven't heard about this proposal, I will give you the very bare bones. It would involve 236,768 solar panels, 69,280 piles, 7 kilometres of internal roads, and 37 hectares worth of earthworks. Now, unsurprisingly, Huranui District Council has already decided it needed public notification, and we are asking you to now do the same. Huranui's decision has been borne out by the scale of the response it has received. It has received 158 submissions, totaling over 500 pages, with 63 submitters indicating they wish to speak at the hearing. Of those, over 80% are in opposition, and they include submissions from the Canterbury Wine Growers Association, from Huranui Trails Trust, from NZTA, from the Whakakapi Railway, and the Waipara District's Residents Association. If I just put that in context very quickly, the Waitaki Power Scheme, which ECAN recognises as a proposal of public interest and did publicly notify, that received 35 submissions. The EcoGas Organics Processing Facility, also recognised by ECAN as a proposal of public interest, received 10 submissions. I'll give you our numbers again. 700 signatures, 158 submissions, 63 people willing to give up their time to speak at a hearing. Now, I appreciate ECAN is already seeking guidance at a national level on developments such as these, and we agree that is desperately needed. But in the interim, in the absence of that guidance, public notification is even more important. And that's because not only does public notification give the people most affected by a proposal the chance to have an input into its development, it also is the mechanism through which ECAN can learn more about a proposal and a site that might not be apparent from application documents. So let me give you some examples about this proposal that you might not know if you read the application documents. The site where this is being proposed historically was on the Punamu Greenstone Trail that iwi followed from the paths around Kaiapoi and Banks Peninsula through the Weka Pass to the west coast. Taonga found on this specific site include a Maori adze and Maori ovens, evidence that it was a stopping point for iwi travelling on their journey. Like much of Waipara, it also includes significant ecological and geological record. Moa bones have been found on this site, as well as numerous fossils. I'd ask you to please take a moment to think about what 37 hectares worth of groundworks would do to that cultural and geological heritage. What pile driving 69,000 piles, each 2 metres deep, would do. Another thing you may not be aware, the site until recently encompassed about an hectare of remnant forest in the form of native matagari that was estimated to be around 100 years old. I say until recently because what has already happened as part of this consent process is that ECAN asked the applicant to provide an ecological assessment of the site. 1 week to the day after ECAN made that request, that hectare of native vegetation was cleared, contrary to the district plan and without consent. That is over a hectare of vegetation that has already been lost. Now, many of you will doubtless know Dr. Colin Merck, who has written a report on that clearance that has been provided to Hurunui District Council as part of the public notification process. Now, you may be thinking that because Hurunui District Council has publicly notified this, you as ECAN do not need to. But of course, Hurunui's decision was resting on the district plan. You are responsible for the regional plan, and that they are both important, but they are not the same. Regulating soil and land use and protecting our environmental resources is your core responsibility, and that cannot be outsourced to a district council. And of course, if you do not notify, you run the risk of conflicting decisions. Hearing different consent applications together when they relate to one proposal is both good practice, consistent with the RMA case law, and a sensible rather than wasteful use of public resources. Now, I said at the outset that the petition was the start of our community group. When the petition was first created, we were just a small number of concerned people, but we have grown since then, and we are now a fully incorporated society. That creation and growth, it has really been a genuine grassroots movement, and it's not united by negativity, but one about care and concern for our natural environment. No one I have spoken to is anti-solar power. Rather, we recognise that, like most things, solar generation can be brilliant or it can be terrible. The details matter. To quote Greenpeace's lead climate campaigner, talking specifically about developments like this, just because energy production is renewable, it is not necessarily sustainable. I'd like to leave you with one thing, if I may. I've spoken about the numbers, both the numbers on our petition, 700, and the numbers about the proposal itself, 180 hectares, over 236,000 panels, 37 hectares worth of earthworks. But it can be hard, I know, to extrapolate from raw numbers to physical reality. So I'd like to leave you with this. This is a graphic of the proposal, and it's been produced by the applicant. I have a copy here for everyone, so if you would please pass them around. Because this is what 180 hectares actually looks like. This is the reality that would be facing the 340 people who live in Waipara, the thousands of tourists who visit the Waipara Valley every year, the businesses who rely on Waipara's natural appeal, and the tens of thousands who travel the Alpine Pacific touring route as tourists or as locals. So the black area you are looking at, in the middle of the picture, that would all be solar panels, 2.8 metres high. To give you an indication of the size, on the right-hand side, you can just make out the Waipara Township. I'd ask you to please compare the size of the Waipara Township to that large black area. And as I said, that black area, the straight line alongside, that's the Alpine Pacific touring route, and it will cover 4 kilometres along there. 700 people are asking you to publicly notify this, and I think looking at this picture, you can absolutely understand why. So I said I would end by reading out our petition. Waipara Solar Plant, call for public consultation. We call on Hurunui District Council and ECAN to publicly notify the proposal to build a 80 hectare industrial solar plant in the Waipara Valley. The plant's scale and potential impacts are of such significance that our community deserves full consultation. Now, I know time is short. I'm very happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Kia ora, Elizabeth. Thank you for your presentation. And Greg, you got a question?
Yeah, I have. Does the river actually go through the land, or does it border it?
Excuse me. On the Waipara Township side, you can see that end of the site is actually bounded by, at the bottom of the page, you can see the Waipara River. And on the northernmost side of it, you can see that's the braided Weka Creek. So that portion of the site actually lies between the Waipara River and the Weka Creek. The Weka Creek follows the boundary of the whole site on that northern side.
Thanks, Greg. Any other questions? If not, I'm going to come up. And have you got a copy?
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
There we are.
Thanks
Thank you
for
very
highlighting
much.
this for us. Kia ora.
Thank you for
Thank you.
accepting it. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you. Well done. So thanks everybody. That brings us to the end of our public forum petitions session. Really good session. Thanks for all the presenters that have come today and highlighted issues in our region for us. Just got a resolution here that we received a petition from Elizabeth Kelsey, Waipara Valley Community Collective, regarding agenda item 4.2.3. Greg, you happy to move that? Seconded by Councillor Swiggs. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. So we're going to move now to the next item as extraordinary and urgent business. I don't think there's any, so we'll move to notices of motion. There are none today. And go to 7.1, which is our unconfirmed minutes of the 30th of July. Any questions in regard to the minutes? If not, we'll bring the resolution up on the screen, and that's to confirm the minutes from our council meeting on the 30th of July. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Edge, and seconded by Councillor Ward. Any discussion? If not, all those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. We'll keep going because lunch is 12:30. That's right. So we've got a bit of time. Let's carry on. Anyone need a little stretch? You all good? All good? Couple. Let's keep going then. Just if you need to stand up and have a stretch, you can do that at any time. So 8.1 is the end of our Triennium continuation of certain committees paper. So that's on page 21 of the agenda. Lisa, I'm going to call you up, our General Manager of Governance. Hand over to you to introduce it. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. This is a pretty standard report on the agendas of councils around the country towards the end of the triennium. Under the Local Government Act, councils, committees, joint committees, subcommittees are all discharged on the day that the new council comes into office, and that's going to be Friday the 17th of October this year, unless council resolves otherwise. So the staff recommendations in this report primarily relate to two committees with the desire not to impede their ongoing functions. And the first is the Civil Defence Emergency Management Group and any subcommittee established by that group. And secondly, the Regulation Hearings Committee as well. Also, there's a recommendation to keep the biosecurity advisory groups ticking over, just to confirm to communities and the existing group members that the council does value their work and contribution. Finally, I'll just note, and this is relevant to recommendation 3.2, there is a period called the interregnum period, and I'll be talking about this in a report to the final council meeting of the Triennium as well. And this effectively is the period from when the new council comes into office on Friday the 17th of October to the date of the inaugural meeting, which will be Wednesday the 29th of October, when councillors take their oath. Now, this is called the interregnum period because during this time, approximately a fortnight, councillors, elected and appointed councillors may not exercise their rights as councillors until they've taken their oath at the inaugural meeting. So that is why we are asking council to note under 3.1 that under the Civil Defence Emergency Management Act, the Minister can declare a state of emergency in a situation where no one who has been authorised to declare a state of emergency is able to do so. So that's something important for you to note, hence we've given it some profile in the recommendations. That's it from me. Are there any questions?
Yep, John?
Just a question, remind me, so Civil Defence Joint Committee, Group Committee, if a mayor has resigned and moved away, is that person still part of that committee until October 17th, or does their resignation preclude them from being involved?
So sorry, from what date, what's the period that you're talking?
The 17th of October, which is Writ Day, at that point. So those committees or Civil Defence Committee acts up until the 17th of October. And then your
John,
interregulum is 17th.
Just to be clear, has there been a mayor that's resigned or just not standing?
Oh, not standing. So same. I mean, they are no longer.
Yeah. So I understand that they still
That's my question.
Still relevant until the 17th of October. And I did speak about this with Mayor Brown the other day. So
that was my question.
I don't want to provide a definitive answer right now because I've just heard some different information to my understanding. So I will get back to councillors on that because as far as the Regulation Hearings Committee goes, we've been discussing this issue. During the interregnum period, no councillor can fulfil the duties on that committee during the interregnum period, whether they have been re-elected or not. So just taking that logic a bit further, I just want to...
But between now and the
back to you.
17th, you're still...
Yes, between now and the 17th, absolutely, the Mayor will still be in office.
So regardless of whether you have not stood again, you are still, or tipped out, you are still in office until the 17th. That was...
Apologies, I didn't understand the question. Absolutely. Even councillors who are not standing for election again, they are still in office until I think it's midnight Thursday, the
17th.
16th.
Oh, 16th, yeah. Cool.
Midnight.
Got Grant and then Peter.
Just a query about during that period of time, but like over Christmas where there's an emergency committee in case there's a major national disaster and some expenditures required. Obviously that won't be available under this time frame. Does the CEO then have delegation to do those sort of things?
Yes, that's correct. So to the final council meeting of the Triennium, we'll be bringing a report just outlining a number of end of Triennium governance matters, but we will be seeking council to give the Chief Executive authority to make any urgent decisions during that interregnum period. Certainly 3 years ago, no such decisions were made under that authority, so I think it will be a high bar with urgent.
Thanks. Peter?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move this after I've said what I'm going to say, because I think one of the things that we need to be really cognizant of in terms of how we go through our processes and then how mayors get elected, from the day they get elected, they're mayors, and they make regional decisions on behalf of the other mayors, and the regional council sometimes don't get an input. And so I don't know what we can do about that, but I just note it's an issue. And I do note John's point about CDM and how that was decided. It was decided before we even decided who our representative was. And I think we should just make sure that we make representation, depending on who gets back in, that there are some regional functions that people from this room can fulfill also.
Thanks, Peter. And you're happy to move it?
Yeah.
Do I have a seconder for the resolutions? And just noting we've changed 2.1D to update that to Biosecurity Advisory Group. Do I have a seconder for that? Yeah, Councillor Ward. Are there any other questions of clarification first? If not, Nick, do you want to speak now? No, happy? Does anyone else want to speak to this? Yep, Vicky.
I'd just like to note how impressed I've been with the youth members of the Strategy and Policy Committee, and noting that that's something that's being left to the next council now to see whether they pick that back up again. And I think the two members that we've had have really demonstrated the value, and they've been really attentive and contributed. And so I really hope that goes forward. And so, yeah.
Thanks, Vicky. And likewise with it's noted there in 18 and 19, our independent members on audit and risk. I think that's been a really good decision that the council's made as well. So, definitely commend that to the next council to keep those two things going. Any other discussion on this? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Let's move to 8.2, and this is the Wilding Conifer program acceptance of additional funding, which is obviously great news. So Carl, is Carl in the room? And yes, Nick, I know that you'll want to speak to this, but I'll let Carl introduce and then we'll go to some questions and or debate after that. Over to you, Carl.
Kia ora koutou. I'll just quickly go through a few points. So this year's total wild and Conifer budget, if today's recommendations are approved, sits at $8.1 million. This includes $1.2 million rated revenue allowed for in the annual plan, $3.5 million tax revenue via MPI allowed for in the annual plan, $500K tax revenue via LINS allowed for in the annual plan, a further $800K tax revenue from MPI in addition to what is in the annual plan, and a further $2 million international visitor levy funding from DOC via MPI, also in addition to what is in the annual plan. While I want to take a moment to show appreciation for all of the revenue received, it's important to point out that we are still deferring approximately $20 million in works that ideally would be delivered this year to ensure that we're not adding to existing seed banks. I'd also like to point out that this is our best estimate of required works with the tools we have available to us. Without accurate infestation mapping, it's difficult to get an exact picture. It's worth noting that we are actively working across the regional sector at present to improve how we are delivering the program as a whole, and this includes how we can best influence the various entities and groups involved in the program. The purpose of this paper is to obtain approval from Council to receive the $2.8 million in addition to what is outlined in the annual plan, and to delegate authority to the CE and the Director Corporate and Public Transport Services to receive to take all actions necessary to receive this funding. We're also requesting, as we did last year, approval to delegate the CE and Director Corporate and Public Transport Services to receive any other revenue options that may present themselves this financial year that relate to either the National Wilding or Wallaby national programs, and this is to enable efficiency of delivery. We are well set up to deliver this work with appropriate contracts, health and safety, and operational delivery processes in place.
Thanks, Carl. Carl's our Manager of Biodiversity Biosecurity, so just acknowledging that. I've had a few I know, Nick, you really want to speak to it. You want to go now or do you want to go later? Happy if you want to do it at the end.
I just wanted to move the motion, actually.
Yeah, you want to move? Okay, I'm definitely noted that you'll move it, Kapai. Have you got questions or you want to get straight into... You want to second it? Cool, have you got a question, Dion, or you just want to speak to it? You got a question? Okay, we'll go to questions.
Okay.
And then we'll
thanks for the question, for being able to ask a question.
I've just asked my question. Don't.
I might. I'm not sure. So in the risk part of your of the report, delivery risk is minimal to council. What I wanted to ask is that obviously we've got a set amount of funding that we'd approved in the annual plan, so we've scaled up to that. What are our risks of being able to deliver? You say it's low, but what are the risks that we've got to be able to deliver? If we get an extra, quite a substantial amount of money, can we deliver on that? Are there any caveats on the money? And are we lacking efficiency in being able to, scale up and down and not having any certainty around that money? And I'm a little bit worried that we're not getting best bang for buck if we're going backwards and forwards.
Through the chair, the nature of the way we've set up our Wild and Conifer program is it is very scalable in nature. There is a limit to that. If tomorrow someone was to announce we have another $20 million, then we would have to step back and look very closely at what we could and couldn't deliver without undue risk. But that we have a good procurement in place in terms of a number of contractors with relatively with good sized crews able to increase and decrease as required. Yeah.
So you're comfortable with the being able to deliver. I'm still got a question mark around the efficiency of the way that we're delivering it. But the other one is there any caveats on the money? Do we have to spend it by a certain period of time, and do we have to do it on specific things? It's mentioned in the report, but I just wanted to make sure that we're able to deliver what we're expected to.
Through the chair, the money that we've been provided via MPI and Lind and Doc, all by MPI and Doc has to be spent this financial year. Lind's does not have to be spent this financial year, but we're well on track to spend it. The ratepayer portion of the funding that we received is that's specifically targeted for that work. So my understanding is that if it was not spent, would shift over to the next financial year. But I would actually have to double check that. Yeah.
Thanks. Greg? Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Can you just on that last bit about the Canterbury Regional Council rates contribution, can you just remind me of the makeup of that?
Through the chair, just for clarity, do you mean is it general rate or targeted rate? So it's a 50-50 general and targeted. So I guess the targeted rate portion would be able to carry over the general rate. It might be a question mark around that.
Thanks, Greg. Jan, and then I'll come back to you, Peter.
Kia ora, just on the where Māori participation and you're dealing with, you said Te Paerenga, and that Te Paerenga hasn't been around there for a while, and you've been dealing with Arowhenua. Is the wild in pine mahi, is it only in Arowhenua's takiwa, or is it spread throughout the area?
Through the chair, it's spread across Canterbury. The majority of it is delivered in Arowhenua's takiwa.
So just carry on. So supplementary through the chair. So the places where it's outside Arowhenua, are you going to just contact directly with the Papatipu Runanga or go through the entities?
Through the chair, our primary approach is through the Papatipu Runanga environmental entities. At times we get responses back where the Runanga want to be specifically involved, and as that occurs, then we adapt.
Cool, thank you. Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Carl. And this money is appreciated, but it seems like we're just trying to top up a tank that keeps running empty on us. And I'd like to just to point out clause 17 in your paper about the $20 million shortfall that we have. And we were doing some sort of metrics at the start of this when we were struggling for funding for wildings, and saying, like, if we didn't keep doing it, we were going to slip, and I think I can't for the life of me think of what the numbers were, but it was something like if we keep spending at a smaller rate, we'll be back to actually having to almost start again because of the seedling problem that we have, not the parent problem, but the seedling problem. Do you know what that number looks like? Is it like 100 million or 150 million?
Through the chair, I don't have the long-term figures in front of me, but what I can say is that as a rule, there's probably two really key parts to this. The first is it's deferred work is effectively the equivalent of compounding interest. So it increases by about 30% a year in terms of cost, and that's just a result of growth of seedlings and the increased seed bank and associated costs with that.
Thanks, Peter. Is there any other questions? A question, Vicky?
Yeah, thank you. Can you just explain, Carl, a bit about the process that you go through in terms of reporting on the money spent and the efficiency? I'm a little bit concerned that a deputy chair has alluded to inefficiencies so I would like to ask that question because, if you could perhaps explain to us how that process goes about and how is it checked that there is actually, whether this is effective and efficient use of this money and how well it operates, and if there are lessons learned and efficiencies that can be delivered better next time or what? Thank you.
Through the chair, I might just do this in two parts. The first part that I might just point out is that there's a reason Environment Canterbury gets a lot of this extra funding, and that is because of the confidence that the national program has in the efficiency and how we are delivering. So like any program, there's always opportunities to improve. In terms of sorry, could you actually just repeat the second part of that question?
I think there's the reports that go back to to explain what's been spent, what's been delivered, and check that those two things, what was expected and what's delivered, are married up. How does that work?
Through the chair, so we have very stringent reporting requirements as a part of the agreement that we have with MPI, and we report on everything that we deliver under the national program, not just necessarily their money when we undertake that. So that reporting goes through. So there's the reporting framework is developed largely by and run through LINS, and then that program is then the report is spit out of that program. We have a requirement to enter specific metrics. That report is then spit out and provided to the National Program Governance Group, which has individuals from the regional sector, MPI, DOC, LINS, White and Pine Network, and the likes as well. So there's a very clear framework for reporting as a part of the national program as a whole.
Just a final one, has there been any concern raised via those reports that, when they've gone in, has there been any concern raised about inefficiency coming back from those reports? Or
through the chair, certainly not from our region.
Thanks, Carl. Claire?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you, Carl, for bringing this report. I mean, really appreciate some extra money. I know every time when I'm travelling up and down through the Mackenzie, I do notice some changes, particularly on the north side of Twizel, but I also notice on the north side of the Pukaki that the banks there are getting covered again. There's obviously a variety of tools that you use, manual and spraying, and obviously we have fires that do a little bit of work as well. Why don't we see more spraying of the seed banks, given that the habitat is going to be grossly impacted anyway? Is it expense?
Through the chair, so we have a little bit of a guidance framework that we use in terms of what the best work type is for the nature of the particular infestation. That gives consideration to density, age, species, and the likes. We do have in the Mackenzie region, for example, a requirement through our recent plan change to have consents and the likes and process to undertake spraying, and so those sorts of things do come into it as well.
Thanks. Any other questions? If not, we'll go. Thanks, Carl. Thanks so much for your answers. Really clear information that you're bringing to us, so thank you so much for this, and well done on the work you are doing and on securing some more funding. Nick, would you like to open us up?
Firstly, Carl, thanks for bringing this paper to us, and as usual, I appreciate all the work that you and your team do. I mean, more money's always greater, and I do realise that we are probably going back 20 to 30% a year for every year where we are short of funding, and it does make it hard when you do get additional funding to then have enough staff, but we do need to keep maintaining the funding so we can keep those staff to keep undertaking the program. I guess it was a shame, and I don't want to bang on about this too much, that we couldn't have used maybe our balance sheet to raise some capital to get on top of this problem, because we've probably got 12 to $15 million worth of deferred maintenance out there already, and that's not helping our cause. So I think it's really, really great that we've got this extra $2.8 million of funding. So for that reason, I'm in favour of this motion.
Thank you, Nick. Peter, do you want to speak now? At the end. Anyone else wish to speak? Might be at the end. Where you
go. Look, thanks very much, Carl, again, and just to reiterate what Nick has said, it's a massive issue for us trying to kick this can down the road, and we are kicking it down the road, and it's unfortunate that $20 million that we talked about, balance sheet funding, $20 million wasn't possible, and for a variety of reasons, and we're not going to go back and re-plough that paddock because we've already done it. But it is something that the next council needs to recognise, and we need to keep pressure on the central government funding, through MPI and the Minister. And just using roughly cabbage grower mathematics, Carl, that $20 million, if it's not taken care of in 4 years' time, it'll be $40 million. So we'll be $40 million behind. So it's the dollar spent today that's going to make the biggest difference to this. And we just need, somewhere along the line, need to get a chunk of money and do it. So thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Nick, do you want to say any more? All good. Let's put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And well done to the team again, and look forward to seeing the results of that. Okay, 8.3 is our public transport asset control strategy. Looking forward to this coming back to us. Been a good piece of work by our team to think about the future of how we do that, especially with the changes and regulations that allow us to, as a public transport authority, to own some of the public transport assets. So really grateful for this work that's happened. We've got Stuart Gibbon, our General Manager of Public Transport, to present this, so I hand over to you, Stuart.
Kia ora koutou, Council. I'll take the paper as read. Just a few comments I'd like to make before I'm available for questions. So, as Council is aware, we'll be making some significant investments in public transport assets over the next 30 plus years. And those investments are going to enable us to transition to a fully zero emissions fleet and to support public transport growth for Waitaha, Canterbury over that period of time. As our population grows, it's going to need more public transport services. It's important that Canterbury Regional Council has a structured approach to these investment decisions, and the public transport asset control strategy provides this for Council. As the Chair mentioned, on the 25th of June, Council endorsed the draft strategy, which you received for engagement with key stakeholders for their consideration and comment. And we've received feedback from 5 of 8 key stakeholders, and that feedback has identified a number of themes that have resulted in us making some amendments to our draft strategy for your consideration today. So just quickly touching on the key feedback themes, and they're identified in point 53 in the paper. I'd just like to quickly run through some of those things because it's quite useful to sort of understand the nature of the feedback. So there were 8 key themes that came back. The first key focus was on the strategic scope of the strategy. And so we've made it clear in the final document that this strategy focuses on PT assets that are currently controlled by operators or Environment Canterbury or Canterbury Regional Council as a public transport authority. So it excludes those assets that are under the control of the road controlling authorities, which is aligned with the legislation in terms of allocation of responsibilities. Second key theme was coordination between parties. So there was feedback from a number of people we engaged with around making sure that we do coordinate across various stakeholders, operators, Whakakapi, NZTA, and of course our territorial authority partners. That aspect is already covered in the strategy through the coordination objective that we have. So we've already identified that as a key focus. So no change was required to the strategy there. NZTA, Whakakapi, had a keen focus on emphasising value for money. And we've made some slight adjustments to the final document to make sure that stands out as a primary overarching objective of the strategy, because value for money is important not only to central government but also to our ratepayers. Skills and capability was an area raised by a number of entities providing feedback, particularly focusing on whether or not Environment Canterbury have the requisite skills and competence to do all this work and take control of some of these assets. As you'll recall from the strategy, we've been particularly clear on identifying what our role and capabilities are and what our role and capabilities aren't. in this document so we correctly allocate risk and ownership of particular skills and capabilities to the parties that will be involved in the asset arrangements for public transport. Notwithstanding that, we have identified a need to upskill ourselves in certain areas in the strategy, and so that has been accounted for in the document. There was some conversation and feedback around implementation options. In particular, NZTA Whakatau was focused on exploring other means of investment, such as boot contracts, boot being build, operate, own and transfer, and also considering land lease and land ownership. As Council is aware, we've had those conversations through the last 2 years, and they are already baked into the strategy as options for Council to choose based on the investments that we are considering. So each investment we may or may not make will have a preferred approach, and that might be a boot approach, or it might be a lease approach, or it might be a land-only approach, and we will take those decisions at that time. There was some feedback from Bus and Coach Association around operator potential disbenefits of public transport authorities taking more control in this space, particularly focused around the reality that operators provide services beyond public transport, commercial services and Ministry of Education school services, for example. And they use these depots for that purpose. So we've made it clear in the strategy that enabling these depots to be used for alternative uses is available to operators, so long as it doesn't interfere with the primary focus, which is public transport. Another key area that was raised was relating to how we treat fleet and bus assets. As Council is aware, under legislation and the procurement rules for NZTA, we have to contract for 9 years, whereas fleet lasts for 18 to 20 years. So our preference, which is indicated in the strategy, is to make fleet as transferring asset, to maximise the value for money aspects of that investment and make those vehicles available to our community for their whole life. So no change has been required to the strategy there. You've been provided a marked up version of the strategy so you can see what changes we've made, and obviously through the approval process of today we will finalise that document and that will become our published asset control strategy. So I'm available for questions.
Cool, thanks Stuart. Any questions, councillors? No, not at the moment. Oh, Grant, you got a question?
Thanks very much for the report. It's a very complex sort of process in terms of understanding the strategy. I was initially concerned about some of the comments that Selwyn District Council and the Waimakariri District Council had made, preliminary comments, and I couldn't see really mentioned, because they're part of the partnership process at the moment in terms of Greater Christchurch Partnership, contributing to our transport system. But have you contacted them since the changes have been made, and the comments that you've got in the charts here?
So we haven't re-engaged with the parties who provided the feedback. No, so we've sought their input and their feedback. With some of those parties, we've had conversations with them to understand their feedback, and then we've interpreted that and considered its relationship to the strategy and what its focus is, and made adjustments to the strategy.
Great, thanks so much.
Thanks, Grant. Dion, and then I'll go to you, Peter.
Thanks for this. I really enjoy the feedback that's come through, but one thing I'm really disappointed is that Christchurch City Council didn't bother to provide feedback, which is probably the one that will benefit from this work the most. Have you had any indication of any feedback from Christchurch City Council about this that's not formal?
Through the chair, no, we haven't had any conversations or feedback from Christchurch City Council at this stage.
Yeah, that really drives me nuts. The other question that I have is around the questions around the capability that were raised, and how does the strategy then integrate with our parallel pieces of work that we're doing, such as the asset, the notice of motion that Peter's done, and are there opportunities through those pieces of work to start looking at a way to do implementation for these strategies? Because obviously there'll need to be some cash flow analysis is done. What pathways there are from the strand one, or what is it called? Pathway 1 to pathway 2. So when is that work going to take place, and is that potential for that to happen in parallel to the other pieces of work that are going on?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, we've made it clear in the report that how council chooses to fund or provide competency will be considered through each particular investment opportunity that's presented to you, because it relates to the nature and type of investment opportunity. So, for example, if there is an opportunity for us to utilise existing land owned by Environment Canterbury Regional Council to set up a depot, while then no additional skills or competencies are required to make that decision and enable that land to be used. The investment improvements that happen on top of that land, designing and building a depot, is not an area where we have competency, and we would expect and provide advice to council to engage with appropriate parties that have those skills and competencies to do that work. So the option to leverage another structure for funding or delivery of public transport through the notice of motion of CCO, it's kind of a moot point from staff's point of view at the moment, because it doesn't exist right now. We're going to do that work to explore the benefits that such an entity might provide, but it's unlikely that such an entity would provide the skills and competencies to design and build a public transport depot. It would be very likely that such an entity would outsource that work as well to gain those skills and competencies.
Thanks, Stuart. Peter? Oh, yep. Okay. Is there any other questions, councillors? If not, happy to. Peter, do you want to second it, Grant? So, yeah, moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Edge. Where you go, Peter?
Yeah, I think this is a really good step, Stuart. In the first instance, I think it gives strong control, direct control in terms of the future, the way where we need to go. But I don't think it precludes a model that we might move to in terms of CCO. So I think there's a good strong step moving forward. I take your point that you've made, because I think there's some of the things that need to be considered by this council. Doesn't matter which way we go, are the things that you've talked about in terms of the asset management expertise that you will require. I mean, if we're getting to depots and charges and that sort of thing, and there's a whole new complexity there, and also the cost efficiencies that we think we may be getting from those things, or we're looking to get from them. And of course, there's financial risk about whatever we do moving forward. And at the bottom end of this, I guess, just speaking briefly about the CCO idea, which we're going to get more advice on, obviously, but is that it's about value for the ratepayers. It's about getting value back to those people who are paying for the thing. And I think we all appreciate that, and it's just a matter of the right vehicle, forgive the pun, it might be a double-decker, the right vehicle to do that. And I think that, that there's enough opportunity now. We've created enough opportunity, and with a really strong paper like this, I think we've got something to build on. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Grant, do you want to go now?
Yeah, just quickly. Thanks for this, and I'm supportive of the idea, because it will lead to a better value for money, efficiency of the way things are run. Obviously, being a member of the council's representative on the Greater Christchurch Partnership, which has been involved in a whole lot of transport strategies and things over the last couple of years, and so there's a good close bond between all parties to that: Environment Canterbury, Christchurch City Council, Waimakariri District Council, and Selwyn District Council. And I think that the proposed response and the changes that are indicated on page 36 and 37, I think they're really good. It's very clear that consideration will be made about what they do to support the transport system. So that's really good, because it is important that collectively we are working together. But this particular asset control thing is a particular part, a focused part of the ability to operate our buses more efficiently over time. So I think that this is good, and I think at least the pathways that are suggested, and it's good to see that the bus operators are also now in the loop in terms of what might happen, and of course those negotiations will take place too. But so no, all support for that.
Thanks, Grant. Dion?
Just wanted to say thank you to the staff and to Giles, I think, behind me here, for getting this to us. This has happened. Wellington Regional Council did this recently, and it's really good that we've picked up on that work that they have done. And if you've seen recently, they have just started going through a process of purchasing a depot in Myanmar.
Myanmar?
Why are they doing
Myanmar?
Oh my goodness gracious! That's another story. And how they're going to electrify electrifying their fleet and the electrification that needs to happen. And there's a bit of debate about the merits of all of those, but we have to have a strategy to start having the debate about the merits. So I think having this as a strategy to start having the debate about the merits, and obviously we're having our own conversations about the merits of where we want to put our bus depots and where we have to start thinking about electrifying our fleet and the longevity of public transport, including the MRT, because that is a strategic asset that we will need to start thinking about where we put buses and whatever the asset is that delivers that. So I think this is a really good start, and I agree with Councillor Scott, and I really I like what you've written in page 9 of the strategy and the change there from the feedback, which is the emphasis on the value for money as the overarching objective. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. And I'm going to say it, I'm very, very disappointed with the Christchurch City Council for not engaging in this, because they're our shared ratepayers. And if they're not engaging in us trying to help them to deliver value for money, their mind is somewhere else. And it just shows me that they're not actually serious about public transport. We are trying our absolute best to get public transport on the radar for both of our councils, and if we're keeping on getting roadblocked by trying to make strategies, because they keep asking us, what's your strategy? Well, here it is. Here's one part of it. I've said enough there. But thank you so much for this. I now hope that with the strategy we can go to them and say, look, this is why we are trying to do what we are trying to do. Get on board with us, work together, and deliver better public transport for Christchurch, because that's what we need.
Kia ora, any other people wish to speak? Look, I really want to say well done, Stuart and team. I think this is a really important, significant document that we've created. It's an important move that we're making, and I think it's actual craziness that we haven't been able to do this before now, to be honest. I can't believe that public transport authorities haven't been able, up until more recently, to own and control the assets that our ratepayers pay for. So this is really important. I endorse the work around the depots and electrification and getting a strategy around that to do that. I endorse the transfer clauses that we're putting in to make it a better proposition for other players to get involved in public transport in Greater Christchurch. So really big ups to all the work that you've done. And yeah, I'm glad that it's coming to our council today so that we can get on with it, because it's really important that we do that. So let's put this to the vote. All right, I'm happy to go back to Councillor Scott if you want to speak again. No, all good. Okay, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. And do back up what Dion's saying about, be really good next term if we can get the City Council to really engage on some of these matters. It is really important for the city that they do. So hopefully we can do that. What we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. So we'll come back to 8.4 immediately after lunch. So at 1 o'clock we'll come back. Thank you everyone for your patience this morning. It was great to have so many members of the public come in to see us and to get through to where we've got to. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Welcome back. We'll restart our meeting. It's just gone 1 o'clock. And we're at item 8.4, which is the internal charter. And I'd like to call Grant McKenna up to the table. He's our General Manager of Finance and Assurance. And a bit of background, this comes as a recommendation from our Audit and Risk Committee that's dealt with this previously, but I'll hand over to Grant to give us the introduction. Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. First time through with the training wheels off, so bear with me. So yes, we've got the Internal Audit Charter. The Charter sets out the role of our internal audit function, covering independence and objectivity, and considerations and scope of the internal audit activity itself. And it is reviewed by the Audit and Risk Committee. It has been already in May and this month as well, with feedback incorporated, so that's all been worked through. And part of that feedback is an inclusion of a provision in Section 9, which allows for committee-only time with the auditors or assurance providers without management present, which is an important point that was picked up. In terms of enacting the internal audit work itself, we're doing a assessment activity at the moment with current assurance underway and producing a risk-based assurance plan for ARC review and approval. And of course, the Audit Risk Committee will actually monitor that work as well and give feedback along the way. And what we're doing today is seeking approval of this charter itself as endorsed by the ARC and looking for feedback that has been incorporated, obviously, but you may have some comments also. And there will be an external assessment of the internal audit function no later than 2 years from now as well. So that's where we're at for now.
Cool. Thank you, Grant. Thank you so much. And just acknowledge Councillor Edge for his work in this area, giving good feedback through the process to get it to where it's got to, and of course the wider Audit and Risk Committee and all the staff that have worked on it. So thank you. Any questions for Grant about the paper and the charter? No. If not, thank you, Grant. You can. Oh, you got a question, Genevieve?
Just during the sort of review process and everything, I I brought up some concerns just with regards to the line of, queries or concerns through the reporting duties, I guess, within that charter. And I just note that the line of reporting still goes to the chief executive, where my concern is that it probably should go to the council as a whole. And I've been quite consistent with that. And I just, I understand that Councillor Edge has worked on it, but I still have this little concern with regards to that process in the absence of an internal audit person. And I'm wondering if is it too late to have that brought to the table with my concerns, or I have relayed it round to the independent chair and to Councillor Edge, but it can be addressed in some of the other the terms of reference for the charter. But I just wanted to bring it to the table. I'm still not 100% satisfied that the reporting lines go to a staff measure as opposed to the council.
I'm happy to answer this.
Sure.
Thanks, Genevieve. And you have raised it throughout the process, and I think it's been well discussed and debated at Audit and Risk and other places. The way that I understand it is that it's like a cascading sort of model where differences of professional opinion or whatever get raised between the audit function and our director. If that's not resolved, then it goes to the CE. If that's not resolved, then it comes, because you've got to allow that process to happen so that points of differences can be discussed and debated to see if there's a solution. And then if it's not, then it goes to the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, and then it comes to the Audit and Risk Committee following that. So there's like a cascading flow of how it works, and that's sort of the common practice in these sort of matters. And that's important because, like I said, you need to let some of those things try to be resolved. They might not be able to, and that's clear in here that there's many different ways, including the sort of protective disclosures process that we have in place and the policies we have in place. So people there are other pathways where people can raise issues that they need. So I'm pretty confident in what we've got here, and that was discussed and debated quite rigorously through the process. So I'm pretty comfortable. But Grant, you might have some more.
Yeah, just another point to add to that. I think the most critical thing that I see in the Charter is the fact that there is the functional reporting line to the Audit and Risk Committee. So the Audit and Risk Committee holds that responsibility and has the independence and objectivity, which I think is really critical, and you know, that can be managed in a really tight way, feeding through to the council, and also having management outside of that process so that auditors and assurance providers can actually speak openly and raise any issues and any concerns, and that's a normal thing to do in every organisation, I think, that I've been in. Thanks.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this to the table. It's the conclusion of a lot of work. To Councillor Robinson's question, I did ask our two senior external audit and risk appointees their view on where the paper sits and those functions, and their view was they were very happy with the way it was resolved and in the paper. And if the internal auditor had any more independent authority, it almost becomes the Wild West in a sense. So they still need to operate within a framework. So they were very, very comfortable that the cascade hierarchy, as you pointed out, Mr. Chair, sits in there, and they have comfort with that. Anything else then becomes dangerous to the organisation in a sense. So thank you.
Cool. Any other questions, councillors? If not, thanks. You got a question?
Well, I just really a statement to those who've spoken. I mean, everyone has their opinion, and you might be comfortable with something. It doesn't mean to say I am.
Well, that's fine.
No, that's what I'm just saying. So I brought it up that I still don't feel comfortable with the reporting lines.
And when we're into the debate, you can speak to it again.
It is a risk, in a way, to planning. Yep. Yeah.
And happy for you to speak to that during the debate. I'm just
clarifying that.
Sweet. So Grant, happy. Thank you. You can step away from the table, and we'll get into the debate. Do I have a mover? Councillor Edge and Councillor Sunkel. So thank you. Do you want to speak now, Grant?
Yeah. Look, I'll speak now in support of the charter and the work that's been done for this paper. It's taken a long time, a lot of debate, a lot of toing and froing in terms of getting the clauses right and making sure that we understood the various points of views of the members of the committee. But I think the key part of this document is that I think it's on page 44. It has a chart and a diagram, figure 1, that gives the assurance framework, and that's really important, that you can see where certain things need to take place and then where it goes from there. But look, I think that it's going to be really good. And on page 45 there, a section on how differences of opinion, professional opinion, are resolved, and that's clearly laid out as to what the process needs to be. And I think Grant was right in terms of if there is a difference of opinion, and it's inconclusive about which way staff should go, then they can come and ask the committee their opinion as another way forward. So I think really it's quite good. And it's really in terms of the committee's ability to engage with the council's independent auditor and the external auditor. There is a facility in section 9 that at the end of our meetings we can have a informal PX kind of session where we are freely questioning things, discussing things without staff in the room. And if there's something that arises from that can then be taken to staff, and of course the value too. We now have an independent chair, and we have another independent member, and they've provided some really good advice and of this particular document. And so I have confidence that it will work well. If there are issues later on and they're big issues, well, we have the process and we go from there. And you're quite right. The protected disclosure thing is there for people. But I think the thing about this is hopefully things will run smoothly going forward. Thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Grant. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't cover off what Councillor Ridge has said. I think it has been a robust process and conversation with a number of ideas that were brought through and challenged, which is the want and the role of an Audit and Risk Committee, even in the setting up of the Internal Audit Charter. And I think for me, those ideas have been discussed, thought through, assurance given whether they've been added to these papers or not. And I reference again section 9 at the end in the conversation. But I think it's been the ability for ideas and thoughts to be brought to the table, really robust conversation between our independent members, staff and others to reach the point where we are. So yes, Mr. Chairman, I have confidence in the paper given the time and effort that has gone into the conversation. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Nook, did you want to speak to it?
Yeah. Look, tautoko the two previous speakers, and it was interesting when Councillor Robinson brought up her concerns at the Audit and Risk Committee, and it kind of showed you a little bit on it needed to be discussed, which it was at chair-only time, about those concerns. And I think what I'm hearing is possibly they weren't kind of taken on board. I'm not sure, but I just think that there has been a really robust sort of discussion and trying to address most of the concerns. I just like the way you described it, Chair, is that it has there's a kind of a cascading effect on, if it doesn't work there, it keeps coming down, and then it ends up back at the Audit and Risk, where we have within that those members, we've got two independent members, one being the chair and the other one being the independent member, which hopefully that actually gives me a lot of confidence in what the paper, what we're trying to do here. So I support this paper. Kia ora.
Cool. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? If not, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? That's Councillor Robinson. You like that noted? Okay, Councillor Robinson's just noted there that she's against. All good. But that's carried. Thank you. Let's go to the next paper. That's 9.1 on page 49. And this is our council resolution status report. And there's Lisa in the room. Kia ora, Lisa, General Manager of Governance again. And thanks team. Thanks Grant and Dave for the good work. Thank you. So just hand over to you, Lisa, for any updates on this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. No updates. I'll take the report as read and see if I can answer your questions or whether any of our directors will be able to help.
Any questions on any of the matters in the resolution report? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Lisa. Let's bring the resolutions up. And that is to note the status of these resolutions. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Ward, thank you. Councillor Swiggs, seconded. Any discussion? No. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. We're going to go to 9.2. This is previous committee activities and minutes. And just to note on this one, we just have an updated tabled attachment for 9.2.1, which is the minutes for the Regulation Hearing Committee on the 9th of July. So that's one of the attachments. I've got it here. I don't know if it's been sent around to people. So just noting that we've updated that in the papers. Any discussion, or Lisa, I don't think you need to come. Any discussion on this? Is anything you want to highlight, Claire, being the chair of RHC?
No, I think we'll take it as read. There was nothing raised this morning. These ones are quite straightforward, these two papers. It was the reason that this paper has been tabled was that what is in the agenda was the original draft, and it was changed, and it was basically changed because it had the fact that I had declared a non-financial conflict of interest, and it was written 3 times, and I thought that that was probably more than required, and we changed it to 2. So it was a non-substantive change, I suppose, in that respect, but RHC had approved the tabled version rather than this version.
Cool, thank you. No worries. Yeah, Grant?
Yeah, just a few things on the audit and risk paper of the 7th of August. Firstly, we were presented with the annual report, accounting information, so that was received for that. There's an assurance update, and that sort of involved looking at the internal audit charter that we've just had a look at as well, so that was endorsed. 8.3 on page 73, Audit New Zealand presented their interim audit for 24-25, and we endorsed the new recommendations and associated management comments in relation to a number of matters there, and that will be coming to us, the final report will come to us on the 1st of October, where that'll get signed off. And just lastly, risk management, and I think staff mentioned that before, we will, early in the new year, just have a look at risk appetite issues for the incoming council as well. So it's, support that.
Thanks, Grant. Any other comments? If not, can I have a mover? Would you like to move it, Councillor Mackay? Yeah, and seconded by Councillor Edge. Any discussion? No? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Let's go to 9.3. Now, I'm really proud to bring this piece of work to our council. People will be well aware of the work we've done on this since the start of the year, including the workshops we had, 4 in total on this work, and of course the large amount of distribution and communications we've done about this to those that are keen to listen. Emma, happy if you come to the table. If you want to introduce any more, but I'm going to carry on if you're okay. All good. So yeah, really, really impressed with the work we've been able to do as a council. I really appreciate the really constructive manner that everyone's pitched in on this one, especially around the workshops that we had. Like I said, the position statements that we came up with. And remember, this is really focused on both the RM, resource management reforms, and the local government sort of reforms that are tied up with that. And this sort of neatly summarises, I think, the work we've done, including the first page, which is really important, which actually came after we had a workshop that we opened. We invited all the district councils to come if they wanted to come to a workshop in the room here, and we had maybe 5 of the districts came. And one of the bits of feedback that they got from the work we presented was, what's the problem we're trying to solve? So what we did on the first page is sort of neatly summarised all the information that's come from the different reviews of local government over the last 3 or 4 years, including the Future for Local Government work that was done, that finished in 2023. So we've pulled that all together in one neat place in terms of that first page. And then you can see what we've done is we've got some of the DIA data that's come out recently about our district councils in the area, as well as our council, just to give you some key stats on population, land area, number of elected members, those sort of OPEX and CAPEX figures, just to give some context. Then we've gone in and listed our position statements. Obviously, the map also includes our Papatipi Runanga locations, our position statements, and then it goes into the 4 models that we discussed. Just sets them out there, doesn't give any opinion on them, just sets them out for people to understand. And then the last page really comes into our last briefing we had, which starts to look at some of the principles around designing for the future and some of the next steps, which are around, hopefully, if council is supportive today, that we can continue to send this document now to those people we've already contacted. And just so people know, we have had quite a bit of feedback. People are responding to our letters and our messages that we're sending out, asking to know more. And people will also be aware of the media coverage that has been sort of developed out off the back of this, which people are starting to listen. They're starting to be more cognizant of the issues that we're all facing, especially at regional councils, but across local government. So that's a good thing, and more the merrier, and more may that continue. So, yeah, really happy to bring this to you today. Happy to answer any questions as well. Peter?
Yeah, thank you for this. I think it's an interesting piece of work for this council to put forward. I know it's taken a lot of work and a lot of coordination, so thank you for doing that. I think it's also caused a few raised eyebrows around the place about people trying to judge that we're trying to get ahead of the game, but it's just a matter of the collective knowledge in this building, and also from the councillors and also across Mayoral Forum and other forums, that there's a lot of thinking going on about this, and we're extremely lucky. I've said this a number of times that we've got an active council, and it's, you know, and we've got good staff that resource that, and so we are able to dig a bit deeper than most can. So I think it as part of I'll be supporting this, but part of what I think is really great about this is that this is what we should be doing. That's regional council. You know, when there's a threat there, what you need to respond to it, and this certainly is a threat, and the threat's been made by some significant players in our national scene, and you know, we've got Minister Jones saying that he's going to take a remit to the New Zealand First Conference about this. So it's not idle, this stuff. It's there. So well done, Emma and others that have been involved there. Patrick, I see you over there nodding. Eliza, and you know. So thanks, Craig. I mean, you led this piece of work, and well done.
Thanks, Peter. I'm just thinking, if there's no questions, happy to just go straight to the debate.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm happy to move.
I started it.
Dion,
So
you'll second it. Thank you. You can go at the end, Dion. Yeah, cool. Nook, there you go.
Look, e mihi atu kia koutou. This here is another really excellent example of a couple of things. I think the first one is the leadership of Environment Canterbury. And I must say that it's both with Peter, with your tenure, and also Craig, with yours, led by our CE. But also, Emma, thank you, you and the staff that were responsible for actually putting all this together. One thing, is really important to me is that, as my mandate, as being a councillor, but also with a specialty of representing Ngāi Tahu. And what I see in here was a great example of being able to be part of something that is going to be, I think, a really good legacy. It's going to mirror how progressive it was with mana whenua relationships, particularly within the TUI agreement. And to me, this here is another kind of part of that progressive journey, in the partnership, treaty partnership, but particularly here in Ngāi Tahu and in the takiwā of Waitaha and Te Taio Konihira Taio Waitaha. So that's my kind of opening remarks. And I really, the meeting that we had yesterday, it really did, there were a lot of questions actually that came out of that meeting, and there's actually a lot of answers here in this thing. It's not all the answers, but it's the why. Why are we doing this? And like Peter said, there are a lot of naysayers saying, what are we doing? I mean, are we moving too quickly on this thing? But I think it's all about being in charge of, your own demise in some ways, but also being on top of the curve and trying to do something about it. And this reflects all of that. So thank you. It's indeed something that mana whenua, that's what you get when you sit at the table where the decisions are made, and you get a document, I think, like this. So kia ora to all those that were involved, and Craig, for continuing on with this and getting it to this point.
Thanks.
Mihi.
Kia ora. Claire?
Yeah, thank you. Through your chair, look, I similarly express thanks to the staff for the work that's gone on behind the scenes, and to you, Stephanie, for supporting this as well. I think it has been a good piece of work, but I guess I just would caution about us now that we've got to the stage that we be careful around a position that we actually take. We don't want to get ourselves taking a position and not taking the rest of local government with us. I think that's really, really important, because we are only just one piece of this jigsaw. And whatever happens, there could be a direction from central government. We don't know, but it could well be a referendum or votes at a local level as well. So I think it's really important for us to actually just be smart about how we actually go forward in this, to make sure that we don't get too far in front of the rest of the population and TAs and our partners, as has been pointed out.
Thanks, Claire. Anyone, Greg?
Yeah, I actually have a wee bit of support for what Councillor Mackay has just said there, but it's going to be really interesting as going back to a non-elected nobody. Interesting that 81% of the population of Canterbury are in Greater Christchurch. 71% just Selwyn and Christchurch. So as a ratepayer, I'm very torn. I think the right thing has been done to get in front of it, but certainly outside of this building, I'm pretty much looking forward to a Greater Christchurch opportunity for the future. But anyway, we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Greg. Anyone else? Grant?
Yeah, just commend yourself, Chair, and CE, Stephanie, and staff for being proactive for this document under the threats by certain people in central government. That might not have been threats, but it certainly put us into some action to do some thinking. And hopefully the thinking, it's so good, it's so clearly written, and we've got a broad scope in terms of possibilities going forward, and we've analysed that and given the pros and cons. And I think it's very good. The government's talking about efficiency, making the whole country hum along a little bit better. And this is a version of what it could be. And I really quite like the fact that we've got some design principles for future fit regional and local government. It's the regional leadership is certainly, as a branch of government, is needed. And this document talks about the functions of both regional and territorial authorities, and is there efficiencies to be made by re-looking at those sort of things a little bit more closely. So look, I commend this report and the actions, and certainly sending it out to as many key players as possible, I think is a really good idea, because it's thought-provoking, and if people add to that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Yeah.
Kia ora tātou. Just reiterate, I think a lot of the councillors have said, just an awesome paper, well written. I think the workshop that we had was probably one of the better ones we've had in leading up to the end of this triennium. It was good debate across the each of the groups, and then coming back together as a whole council and just kind of finding our way forward, and just seeing it written down. I think it's a good paper. I mean, it's in the public forum now, so it'll be picked up and be seen by our TLA partners, and then also iwi, and then also probably out to the general public. So they will see it. But once again, we've got a new council coming up soon, so this will be there for them. See what they think. But I mean, with the challenge that was laid down by central government, we're talking about regional councils, and some of the coalition partners, threatening the existence of regional councils. So being proactive, discussing the form and function, but knowing the function is going to continue. What does the form look like? And then I suppose picking up that whittle and then showing leadership. In a sense, this is one avenue. This is a way that could be taken. So I think it showed leadership on our behalf for that, and so I'm really looking forward to see where Central take this, and then hopefully they will look at some of the work that we've done. As usual, Canterbury has kind of led the way, but I do take the point by Councillor Mackay. Just we have to get tupato, but I think we will. We think we will. I mean, there's 4 options there. I mean, so it's out there, but I think moving forward that it's a great piece of work. And just thank the chair, deputy chair, and also the CEO just on some leadership on this. Kia ora.
Thanks, Jan. Anyone else? Oh, Peter, I'll let you break the rules.
Just got one correction, because the thing you should never do is call people out and not include everyone. And I called Patrick and Eliza out, but not Cecilia, who's done a massive amount of work in this, and also Olivia for you, and also, of course, thanking you for your leadership in this, Stephanie.
Kia ora. Thanks, Peter. Vicky, do you want to speak?
Yes, really it's really interesting seeing it all laid out here, and I think it makes it clear how unclear it all is in a way. It's really it's actually the complicated, and it's really interesting to see just how much we and the other councils do, and how much careful thought, not just in terms of what any new system is going to deliver and how it gets split out, but also how you transition to that. Like, it's just, I think captured in those few pages is just how complex it's going to be, and it really needs to be done carefully, not just with, people with a particular idea as what they think it should be. It's got to be done with so much care. It's really clear, and it's such important things that we all deliver at local government and regional government. So yeah,
thanks, Vicky.
Thanks, Frank.
Anyone else? If not, we'll go back to Dion. Where you go, Dion?
Thank you. Thank you all the firstly staff who have put this together, and especially for Patrick, actually, for putting this part of it together. Good work on that, and everybody else that has already been mentioned for all of the groundwork that's been going on. And I do want to single out Peter Scott, because the essence of where we've got to today was a WTF moment that we had when the Prime Minister spoke to us at the conference in 2014 like a principal, telling us that we were useless in 2024. That's where the essence of a lot of this, especially my thinking, came from. Me and Peter were sitting there at the front, and we were just looking at each other going, what on earth is going on here? What is going on? And we were like, the room was just dead silence. So that is where the essence of today has come from. And I think we can't forget that, because that is where we need to think about for the next steps. And the wero is being laid down by this government and the RMA reform changes, the local water done well, emergency management changes, regional deals frameworks. You've also got, local government amendment bills going through at the moment. There is so much change that's going on, but the RMA bit is what really matters to us. And we put our own wero back to the Minister for RMA reform, asked him, as the largest council in New Zealand, with the most amount of groundwater extraction for irrigation, 70% of it, and said, come and meet with us and have a chat. He said he's too busy at this time. So they're laying down this. We said, yep, we're up for it. Let's have a conversation. They don't seem to be interested. So that means that we have to be proactive. We have to get our friends in our region together so that when we go to them, because we will have to go to the government, because they're the ones that write the legislation, they're the ones that write the rules, and say, what will work for Canterbury? I don't have an idea about what that looks like. I have no clue. Like, I look at these and I go, the options, yeah, cool. But I haven't spoken to enough people to understand fully about what it looks like. Yes, we have our TAs that we need to do, but we've got to bring business alongside us. We've got to bring the communities. We've got to bring industry as well, because they have a lot of influence in one end, but what are the unintended consequences that they don't know about? And we need to understand that, because we're in a leadership position in this council, around this table, and whether you're here or not, you are part of this conversation now, and I would hope that people would continue this conversation as it does start to evolve into those community conversations, because one size fits all is not going to work for Canterbury. If we had 10 unitary councils across the region, imagine what that's going to look like. I'll tell you what, when water done well starts to roll out in a few months' time, and all of the little councils are wanting to implement their own schemes, you will see how everybody wanting to go alone looks like. It does not. Well, I don't think it will work. I can't conclusively say that, but I think we've got bigger problems that we need to get on top of. We have environmental issues, we've got coordination issues, we've got tourism. I could list a whole lot of things. I actually wrote a whole lot of things down, but I don't even need to read it. But I think we've got a huge opportunity here in Canterbury. We have a unique proposition that the government needs and that New Zealand needs. And we need to get front foot this. And I really think that the next step for us is to socialise this with all of the elected members of Canterbury, with the people who are showing an interest in it. And there are a number of people that are showing interest, and I thank those for showing that interest, so that we can collectively go and say, the next time that we share the word to the government and say, actually, we're not just talking about us from the regional council, we've got everybody else behind us. They can't ignore that. And so I really want to do that, because we cannot be writing our future when it comes to, in his letter, he says, I encourage you to share your thoughts at the appropriate time through submissions to the Parliamentary Select Committee process. That's crap. That won't work. That's not going to work in terms of how you shape a region. So looking forward to the next steps. Thank you very much, Chair Pauline, as well, for your leadership in this as well. I think it's been fantastic. And to you, Dr. Stephanie Ricksetter, our CEO, you have been phenomenal in this leadership as well. And I think you need to be acknowledged for this as well, because behind the scenes, you are doing an immense amount of work. So thank you very much.
Kia ora, Dion. Totally support your last comment there. Stephanie, you've done an amazing job with us, helping Dion and I, and giving us the resources to do this, as well as the whole council. So just acknowledging you for your leadership and your strategic thought in all of this. Definitely couldn't have done it without you and the team. And thanks, councillors. Thanks for all the work that you've done and being really open to going for it and looking at future scenarios. It isn't easy to look at our own existence and say, well, what could it look like? And the fact that we've been brave enough to confront that and not shy away from it and not just push back and say, don't do that to us, that's the wrong thing. We've said, no, actually, we need to look at this. This is a really important matter. It's about what's best for our taio and for our hapori, for our environment, for our communities. That's the most important thing about all this. And I'm glad we've taken it seriously. I'm glad we're at the front of the pack leading this. I do take Councillor Mackay's points, and I think, and what Councillor Cranwell backed up there, I think the good thing about this is we haven't backed a winner. We haven't purposely done that at the moment. We've just put ideas out there so people talk about it, because it's very easy, as we know, with local body elections, people can be pretty apathetic at times and not come out to vote. So let's give them a reason to vote, give them a reason to talk about us. And I think the big thing for me about what I think the next step should be for us is, I agree with others, let's get this out far and wide. I think we should send it to elected members, not just the mayors, but to the elected members as well. We should send it to industry, we should send it to Papatapi Runanga, to the iwi, and we should spread it far and wide so that people, again, keep talking about it, because it is a nice, succinct package. But I think the key thing I'd like to respond to Minister Bishop on is just really making sure that there is a possibility for other models, because the current models we have in front of us in terms of unitaries and then regions and districts was thinking that was done in 1989. Now we're well past 1989. And so we need to be thinking about different ways of doing things. So that will be what I'd like to write back to Minister Bishop on, is just to ask for a different model. I'm not going to back a winner. I'm just saying give us the potential to, in regions with our districts, come up, and maybe even across regions in the Te Waipounamu, to come up with other models and bring that to government for support. I'd love to actually do analysis alongside the government. That would be my ideal outcome here, is that the government actually front up to regional and local government with some models, with some analysis, so that, to what Vicky said, we don't waste money. We don't have horrendous transition periods and costs. We do it in the smoothest way possible with the best ideas. So that would be the ultimate thing. And like Yayan said, actually this is now a challenge for the next council to not let this lie and pick it up, work with the mayors, the mayoral forum, the Runanga, with the Uru Kahika at the national level, with LG&Z, and government ultimately to do that work that's needed to come up with the best ways forward. So, look, thank you everybody. It has been a real honour to work alongside this with everybody, with the staff and with councillors, and it's been a pleasure, to be honest, to lead this thinking, to show that we're not stuck in the mud. We're thinking about the future and we want to do the right thing. So thank you everybody. Happy to put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Next one is 9.4, and that is our the Chair's report for the last month. Just highlighting, obviously, we've just talked about the future for local and regional government. We've done that, and you'll see the different things we've done there around letters to Minister Bishop, and you'll see the letter is actually attached here that Councillor Swiggs was referring to. The intention is to write back to Minister Bishop, so we'll do that, and with this information that we've just passed, we can share that. Obviously, the resource management reform is continuing, and those bills and changes have landed. There was some late changes to the last bill. There's obviously another round to go, so we're keenly working on that. Greater Christchurch Partnership had its last meeting of the term just the other week. We actually received the Kāinga Nohoanga strategy on behalf of Te Ngāi Tuahuriri, but also the other Runanga. That was a really good paper, and really commend people to seek that out and read it. Happy to share that around as well to the members. And other work on the review of the Greater Christchurch Partnership, which, if you didn't see some of the media on that, the key thing was that the partnership, it was recommended that we just be better. There's no looking at breaking that apart. All the four options that were provided from the professional review was that we strengthen the partnership, but maybe look at different ways to do it, and it does relate really to the future of local government stuff we've just talked about and how that could work in the future. The Mayoral Forum met for the last time last week as well, and a key thing that was discussed, and that was the Canterbury ambition and the regional deal work, as Dion mentioned. Key piece of work for the region, and that is continuing. It's not finished yet, but there has been a really good start made, a really important piece with the main pillars of that deal, with lots of pertinent stuff that this council was responsible for and will be a benefactor of if we can land that with government. There's a bit more work to do with the Papatipi Runanga, and that's been acknowledged, so that will continue, and again another challenge for the next council. Noting there that we also had the visit from the Whakapolska region in Poland, and thanks Councillor Swiggs, Deputy Chair Swiggs, for arranging that, but also Councillor Korako for being here on the day, as well as Mayor Murray Black from Hiranui. It was a really good eye-opening occasion, and great to be able to host them here on our own stead. And other than that, you can see all the engagements, etc., that have been going on, and happy if anyone else wants to speak about any of the things that they went to during the last month, and happy to answer any questions. Yeah, John?
Thank you, Chairman. Civil defence isn't on the agenda, but I'll just put 4 brief points in and give a fuller response at the next meeting. Firstly, just acknowledging the passing of Rochelle Faimalo, who was a regional officer, well known through Canterbury for her roles in Haranui and further south. A very quick and tragic situation, so I acknowledge Rochelle. Another note and a secretarial note in the minutes of the meeting, we're going to have a quick look at our terms of reference. At this point in time, Mana Whenua are not part of the joint committee as a partner, so looking to bring that in, and then any thoughts about what might be in the new EM bill we may consider, given I think it's sections 16 and 17 of the Act we give effect to, so there might be some changes now or potentially later. We just want to get those into play before the next triennium starts for the next meeting. That was point 2. We signed the Memorandum of Understanding between all the partners at this point in time. We can follow that up later. And 4th point, had the opportunity to thank Mayor Neil Brown, who was the chair for this past triennium, and he is standing down and not seeking re-election. So thank you for those.
So thanks, John. Who was next? Sorry, Nick. Someone had their hand up. You want to question?
Just a minor amendment. See, attendance at events, it doesn't mention anything about the Business and Community Excellence Awards in Timaru,
Oh, true. Sorry about that.
which was on the 15th.
Just we'll tell us about it now, and we'll make sure it's noted. Where you go?
That was held in Timaru on the 15th of August, and the recognising excellence in our community. There was a wide raft of events, recipients, and Environment Canterbury does sponsor one award, and the runner-up was Environmental Solutions, which have built the tippet, or the rubbish disposal for landfill. That's the word I'm looking for. At Taiko in an old lime works, and it's a triple sealed facility. So, and the winners was the Farmers Mill for their sustainability, which was a mill set up by local farmers to mill wheat into flour. So that was yep.
And yourself and Peter attended, is that right?
Just me in the end. Just myself in the end. Yep.
Oh, and Ian.
No, just me, myself, and I.
Oh, sorry.
Chair,
Sorry, Nick. Cool.
Chair, I was supposed to go, but I was at Lady Skelton's funeral, so I couldn't make it back.
No, good. Thanks for that update, Nick. Thank you. Sorry it's not in here. Grant.
I just Greater Christchurch Partnership, just to really praise their new newsletter that they put out. And in the new newsletter that's been published, it acknowledges the thanks to the departing committee members. That's Jane Huria from Mana Whenua, Deputy Mayor Neville Atkinson from Waimakariri District Council, Councillor Nicole Reid from Selwyn District Council, you, Chair Craig Pauling, Environment Canterbury, and Councillor Vicky Southworth from Environment Canterbury. So thanked everybody for their work. It looked at a work program update. It also introduced a new haere mai to a new committee member, Tanya Wati from Ngātu Hariri, and it talked about the committee summary of events and stuff. So it's really good, and I think they probably put that up monthly or after each of our meetings. So it's worthwhile having a wee look at that, and for the public to know that that's, because a lot of people don't know what goes on there, but that's a newsletter. It's good.
Thanks, Grant. Genevieve.
And I was just going to say, I went to the Hopkins lecture at the University of Canterbury. I just thought that might be worthwhile putting on there too, because it was quite fixed on seismic risk and methods of assessing buildings and using the Quake Star methodology, which is now a new thing. So,
Thank you.
That was last week.
Thanks, Genevieve. No.
Kia ora no. I just wanted to highlight there was a meeting that we attended at Kaiapoi.
True.
Particularly with the Mayor Dan Gordon. That was an interesting meeting actually, because it showed particularly a good cross section of the community. Talking about obviously environmental and also waste and all of that. So I think that was quite important. The other one, and I know that you have highlighted it in the last council meeting, Chair, around the Te Rōpituia Hui Wānanga, but coming up on Friday is another kind of part of that, and we're just trying to get the new Te Rōpituia structure together before the end of this triennium. And so just want to highlight how important that is, particularly with Mana Whenua, the 10 Papatipu Runanga are actually within the takiwā of Environment Canterbury. And Friday's meeting will be a key to keep moving that forward, so that if we can get an agreement in principle here, it goes to the Papatipu, and then we're actually right online then on time to get it signed off before the end of this triennium. Kia ora.
Thanks, Nook, and that you're really important. The Kaiapoi River Preservation Society meeting that we had with Waimakariri District Council, important meeting there. We had a couple of them now. Should have been noted, so sorry that's not in there. And Te Rōpituia Wānanga that we had last month as well. So, and acknowledging we've got our follow up to that on Friday. So looking forward to that. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, councillors? If not, happy to move that, put that to the meeting. Is there a seconder for this? Yeah, Councillor Ward, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Now we've got our resolution to go into public excluded. Can I have a mover for that? There's a few things to note there in terms of the items. Happy to move it. Councillor Cranwell, thank you. And Councillor East to second that. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? That's carried. What we might do, we'll get the room sorted for those. Let me find my page. Ka pai, we're back into the open meeting. Thank you, everybody. Next meeting is the last meeting of the term, 17th of September, in a few weeks' time, and I'll hand over to Councillor Cromwell for our Karakia Whakakapi. Kia ora.
Nei te mea te kia koe te he mana, hei whakahaere te mahi tēnei rā ki ngā kai kaunihira. Tēnā koutou, ki ngā kaimahi hoki, nei te mahi. Katāka nei te karakia, unuhia, hei whakakapi te rānei. Unuhia, ki turu tapunui a tāne, kia wāti, ki māma te kākau te tinana te wairua, te arataka tū, koe ara e roko o whakiiri aki ki ruku kia tīna.
Tīna.
Ai mihu, yeah.
Tāki. Kia ora koutou. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Petra. Thanks, Liz.